Well, here we are. We are live. Hello and welcome to all of you. We have an interesting discussion on the cards for today. How's my audio, by the way?
Audio's fine.
Is it clear? Is it good?
Yeah, it's great.
Excellent. I had a bit of an issue last time. I might have to turn off I think my StreamYard has changed its settings because I had to re-log in. Whenever it puts on all the echo and everything, it causes problems with my mic. So I'll go and check it later. Let me know if there's any problem so I can jump on that. If it's okay for now, I won't change it if it's working. Hello and welcome to all of you in the chat. Today we're going to be having a really fascinating discussion. I had to dig out a new box of the tarot. Good thing I got a spare new box lying around. Because one of my cards, a couple of my cards, I don't know, I've got an 8-year-old. 8-year-old and tarot packs, they don't work well together. So, life as a father. Unfortunately, this is all jumbled up, is it? Anyway, we shall see. We shall see indeed. So, yeah, we're going to be looking at the proverbial activist. Namaste, Vincent. How are you? Are you good, brother? Hope you're well. The proverbial activist and the mystic as two poles of perspective. One being an internalized reality. Good to hear, Vincent. And the other being an externalized perspective. And so the activist is sort of like those that are focusing on the world, and the mystic are those that are focusing within themselves. And this different path and the different ways in which we can interact with the universe using these two different doorways, if you will. Namaste, dear Mexico. Lovely to see you back again. It feels like I was just with you. I managed to have a very short nap before the session. Had a very short night of sleep last night. I was up till late making this thing. Trying to figure out what the show is about. Yeah. And making a little picture that sort of explains the show. So yeah, they call them thumbnails, don't they? So yeah, welcome to all of you. Totally excited. We've got our usual panel here. For those of you that don't know the panel, let me give you a little lowdown. And for those that are new, that are joining the show, we've got, and I'll just go around the screen clockwise. I came in late, so my whole panel was a bit upside down. I had to go through a whole login process and wait for a PIN code to come to my email, and a bit of a drama. But anyway, we've got Indy Sage, who's a shadow worker. He also is obviously deeply embedded within anthropology. So he's a researcher. And he's also very familiar with various different occult systems and philosophy and spiritual pursuits, practices, and very much grounded in his perspective, based upon anthropological research, as well as daoist cosmology and Western, a bit of Eastern cosmology. Is a bit of a mixed masala, very much like myself, a mixed masala, though I'm fundamentally, I suppose, a shaman. I find my roots in nature these days. I tend not to like books anymore. I gave up books years ago, and so the book I read is the book in the pages of leaves of trees, and I listen to the podcasts of the birds and the wind and the ocean. So that's why I don't really catch up with many podcasts. And I find books get in the way of my experience. And we've also got dear brother Cosmic here. Cosmic is he's like a modern day John Dee. He's connected to the Fae, and he's built a relationship with them over a period of time, and has been channeling their work, becoming a entire system of cosmology, spiritual practice, and perspective cosmology. I suppose there's cosmogony in there as well if you look at it. And yeah, it's a language. It's a fascinating set of symbols that sort of tie into reality and give a perspective a little window into what's going on, the mechanisms of reality. So we've got this wonderful threesome to get the show on the road. And brothers, do please say a few words about yourself before we get into the thick of it. And namaste, welcome to all of those of you that are joining the show. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to have these two lovely brothers here. Please, guys.
Hey guys, thank you for the great introduction, Franklin. As always, welcome to everybody. Hello to Vincent in Mexico over in the chat, and thanks for being with us over here, guys. Yeah, this is gonna be a really fun show. I've been practicing shamanism for 25 years. I've been practicing ancient philosophical Taoism for 20 years, and I've been an avid researcher. I've got my bachelor's in psychology with a minor in philosophy, and I've been always enchanted by mystical things, one of which being tarot, also palmistry, and things of the sort. So I've been versed in doing some of my own little things. I do some rune reading sometimes. Sometimes I'll go out and just go into nature and see what symbols are offered to me for shamanic interpretation, and I'll look for an animal that will appear to me, maybe like that seems to be trying to get attention, a plant that's trying to be noticed, and maybe a mineral that I notice or a crystal that I might find in my path, and go home and look up the meaning and start to become more familiar with the world around me. That can be a really good way to have kind of a mystical walk sometimes. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun show today. What's happening, Cosmic?
Hey, what's up, Indy? Yeah, so thanks for the introduction, as always, Franklin. And in regards to today's topic, what I do in my work and the system that I'm basically developing is learning how to map out mind space using Zerf axes. So they're kind of like bubbles, and they're kind of like units of conscious experience. So I think the whole idea of thinking about that sort of internal universe versus external universe is very relevant to that subject matter. And I'm very interested in kind of like seeing how this relates to my perspective and how what I can bring to this table today.
Cool. Yeah, the internal and the external, big thing. Yeah, the internal.
Lovely to have you both here, as always. I'm looking at this new tarot pack. Interesting. The way the ink's printed. It's supposed to be a vivid color print. I don't know whether I prefer it to the old color print. Anyway, it's one that I bought. I realized when I had dogs and rabbits, one of my tarot packs was chewed by rabbits.
Oh no.
Luckily, it wasn't my Crowley pack, because those are quite expensive. I've noticed. The Crowley packs are a bit dearer. The good old weights pack are so common, and they're universal. They're like what's being used the most, being printed the most. So yeah, quite an exciting discussion. I think the best place to start would be in the conceptual ideas. You know, I like to think of life as a puzzle that wants to be solved, a journey towards a sense of union, a sense of harmony, a sense of belonging, and where the different perspectives find a singular stream, and that singular stream becomes a revelation. Insight becomes understanding, matures to become wisdom, and the wisdom embeds itself within the understanding, and knowledge is the child that walks. And this knowledge I speak of is gnosis. I don't speak in terms of what is commonly understood as the meaning knowledge, which I do not accept as knowledge. I accept that as belief systems, belief programs. and we've been sort of accepting these belief programs as being facts. Namaste, dear Lauren. Lovely to have you here as well. Welcome. Everybody, say a few words in the chat, feel welcome or don't. I hope you guys are going to enjoy the show. So the conceptual idea between the activist and the mystic. And Lauren, I hope the weather's good where you are. We've had crazy weather out this side in Africa. You must be getting it too on your side of the world. Like it's been snowing in Durban in April. We don't actually get snow here. I want to give you a perspective that Durban is next to the Indian Ocean. Just go and look at how close Durban is to the equator. It will blow your mind that we're getting snow there in April when we never used to get snow there in winter. Bearing in mind our winters, July, August, late June, July, August, that's our winter. So we've got April, May, June. We've got like 3 months until we're in winter. We've actually just sort of started autumn. To give you an idea, we've just come out of summer and it's snowing. So very, very, very crazy. Yeah, it's been hot here in Cape Town and there was snow in Durban. Don't understand. It's like someone broke the weather. We know who you are. We know what you did. We know about the aerosol spraying. We know about HHARP. We know about all your clever little tricks. We know about how much money you guys have got invested in playing God with the weather. But would you please stop? Because you're going to break the damn thing. So, yeah. The idea of the activist is, I think, an archetype that we can all relate to rather well. Because the activist is that aspect within ourselves that wishes to facilitate reform, that wishes to produce a paradigm that we can see that's tangible in the world, be able to become the change we want to see in the world involves, from an activist's perspective, doing something. So we're really talking about the difference between doing and being. I mean, it's really what we're talking about here, fundamentally. The activist is the doer, the mystic is the beer. How can we change the world by being? How can we change the world by doing? Our actions can definitely have a shift and create an impact upon events, create chain reactions, cause and effect loops that will affect the outcomes of certain events. There's no doubting that. But how do we change the world? By changing who we are. And does the world change? There was always this thing that used to come up with me. People used to say to me, this is like if I go back, so let's say I go back 30 years in my life. People were like, so what's your mission? Like you're not going to go and study in university? Okay, no, damn, no, I'm not going to study in university. What am I going to do that for? Right? Like there's nothing there for me. They said, but what about your future? I said, well, my future is what it is. It'll be what it'll be. I'm more interested in learning. And people used to frown at me. They say learning. So how are you going to learn? I say, well, I'm being called to go live in the Himalayas. I'm being called to go and live in the wild. I'm being called to go and find masters and sit. I'm being called to be on my own. I'm being called to live in caves. This is what my calling has produced. And I used to get this continual criticism of saying, yes, but like, isn't that like running away? Isn't that escapism? Like, how are you going to become a part of the solution in the world if you're there focusing on yourself? Isn't it selfish? Isn't it a bit sociopathic or narcissistic? This was the criticism I used to get from people. And I used to take it on board. I used to think about it and I used to go, well, yes and no. And then the other side of the coin is, if you want to be an activist and you want to change the world, I used to come back at them from this perspective. Aren't you a bit arrogant? They used to go, what do you mean arrogant? To think that you know how the world needs to be. To think you know what changes need to be made in the world. Isn't that an element of narcissism? Aren't you trying to control events? Isn't narcissism all about control? So I used to have this dual narrative that I used to play with in my mind. And to me, there seemed to be very little difference. What do you guys think about the differences in terms of this fundamental being, doing dichotomy?
I think that when you kind of look at things, I kind of have my own approach to this sort of situation. I kind of look at someone who's, and just, looking at culture today and seeing how people are acting, I have kind of become quite disdainful towards the sort of the activism, because I feel like a lot of people who are activists, they want to change the world, but it's not a world that's the best interest for other people. It's often they want to change the world to suit themselves, because so many people think they have the understanding to how to fix the world. So to refer to what you're talking about just now, Franklin, like, yeah, there's definitely a narcissism to kind of both sides. But I think that really my strategy is to kind of like, you're looking at this thing and it's like people are just kind of like, they're just throwing stuff at the world and they're just messing it up and they're trying to fix it, but they're just making worse. Maybe the issue is that we should, the way to change the world is to stop trying to change the world and actually like sit down and try to understand it and really understand what needs to be changed. Everybody like wants to change it, but nobody wants to just, let it be.
Yeah, being a shadow worker, like I found that oftentimes when people aspire to change everybody else and maybe like take out an element of like society that they like aim to have that done or something, or have them lose their power, that usually shows that like they're not really ready yet to go through self-examination, to work towards self-mastery and go through that analysis to understand how can I unprogram this stuff that no longer serves me, and how can I reprogram myself so that I can really be in tune with the world around me and be happy again. And oftentimes the pointing towards those people are the problem, we need to change this, is one of the signs that the people aren't really ready to look inside, and they're trying to focus more on being able to control the world around them and other people around them, because they don't have enough control in their own world. So they're trying to compensate that by looking external, which is, can be a helpful thing. We don't want to always jump into this arduous journey of trying to understand ourselves and master ourselves and fight the ego, the inner dragon, and try to battle that. It's a difficult process. So you have to wait for the right time. It can be okay to stay in denial for some time and fight those other battles and think we want to try to change this in the world. And sometimes that does some good, and if we can all stand up together in a collective against things that are really preposterous, we could really make a difference. And that's been done before. I don't know how they're making it harder for us to achieve, and it's easier to sabotage our little marches and things of the sorts, Occupy type of things.
I love that you mentioned that. The idea of pointing fingers is what comes to mind when I listen to what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what they have done, and like they've done this wrong, and we them, and us and them. And I think that us and them paradigm is very much a paradigm of the activist. Like I always saw myself as purely the mystic when I was young and as I grew up. And then I got a bit older and I thought, well, let me put my time in as an activist. My friend passed and I was like, it was what it was. It was meant to be. I did what I felt was cool to do. And a lot of activists, like, I couldn't be very open and honest with them all. And we used to have very deep, profound conversations. They used to say, Franklin, you don't say very much. You say a lot about what needs to be said when we're having meetings and topics and stuff, but you don't say about what you think and what you feel. I would just smile and say, well, what's the point? We've got work to do. We get on with doing what we do, and the rest is... The reason I didn't say very much, and I only spoke to a few activists, so like, what do you think? Are we going to do this? And I didn't want to dismay people, so I didn't want to say to them. But the few that I thought were strong enough and I could be honest with, I would come clean and I would say, listen, I don't think we're going to change anything. And they'd be like, what do you mean? I don't think we're going to achieve anything with all of this work we're doing. They'd be like, but we're working like 16 hours, 18 hours a day. We're dedicating ourselves. We could be out there like making money and doing this, and we're doing this. Well, what do you mean? Why are you doing it if it's a waste of time? And I didn't say it was a waste of time. I just don't think we're going to change anything. I think all that we're doing is we're causing people to ask questions, which I think is important. So as a true activist, all you can do is turn other people into mystics, to get other people to take away that they need to ask questions and they need to look within themselves and sort of reorganize, like you say, Cosmic. It's not just about doing, it's about like being and observing how you are being affected by the world and how you are reacting to the world and what the world is as it is. And so it's a very interesting dichotomy. Like, it seems that activists tend to want to point fingers. I know my partner, she's here, beautiful Mexico. She always has an issue with the us and them conversation. She doesn't like that, the them, because it's like involves pointing fingers out there at them. And she's very much the mystic type, right? And because it creates a dichotomy. And it creates a distinction and a separation. And so I relate. Now, we did the discussion on the roundtable before, and those of you that haven't seen this discussion, it's back in the history. If you go into podcasts, you take a look at it, then you can go to roundtable and you can go from the beginning all the way through. This is like the 93rd. Are we on the 93rd roundtable? Never missed a week.
Wow.
Consistent. It's the most consistent show in the world. It's same time, same place, every week. We're always here. It's like you don't get much more consistent than that. But we discussed the difference between evocation and invocation, right? And so this relates to Vedic concepts of yoga and tantra. And shamanism is all about evocation. And so I would equate being the activist as to being the invoker. I have an ideal, and I want to put this ideal onto the world. This is very much a number 9 scenario. Very much a number 9. I've been working on an enneagram, and on my enneagram, I have changed the status quo of what other people think is the enneagram. And I've named it the universal enneagram, because I think it is the most universal enneagram, in as much as that it's based upon well, it's based upon the Vedic numerology, the astrology, the Western numerology, the astrology. It even takes into consideration the Daoist, and I'll be adding to it, the medicine from China and Taoism, and relating the astrology to the physiology of man. And so these are all things that will sort of be added as this enneagram gets developed, and I'll be working with it. But anyway, here it is, so you can take a look at it. So here I have the leader, the empath, the optimist, the builder, the adventurer, the artist, the mystic, the workaholic, and the activist. Now, I see our conversation as being between the number 9 and the number 7. The number 7 relates to the south node of the moon, which is relating to the history, relates to what has come before, relates to looking within to understand what has brought me to this point. Where the number 4, the optimist, is looking towards the future. Where is this going to go? What are my aspirations and my plans? What do I want to manifest? So on some level, this is relating to the optimist, number 3, which is relating to the activist. You see, there's a connection here. If you look at this triangle, the artist, the optimist, and the activist, we're seeing that the artist, which is the point of balance and harmony, stands, and this is the gateway to the mysteries, interestingly enough, and this is how harmony is generated. So we're talking about harmony, essentially, number 6, as it relates to Venus, the gateway to the mysteries, and that which brings beauty, peace, and the appreciation of the good things in life, all into alignment. And the arts is really the voice of Venus, and the arts opens the doorway to the mystic. So we see this triangle here, the optimist, and the activist. And the activist is an extension. Also, if we see the feminine path here, because here's the masculine path, the blue, and here's the feminine path, the orange. And we see this feminine path as being related to the number 7, the mystic, and 9 as a polarity. And here we see, with the artist in the balance, we see the number 9 and the number 3 being a relationship. And then we see as well that there's this relationship here with the leader, which wants to pioneer and change these things. So I think we're talking about essentially the number 9 when we're talking about the activist, because the number 9 is the idealist. And to be an idealist means to have to have an ideal of how things must be. This is what I desire. This is what I want. And I think that this form of idealism is something that we've been sort of taken away from. We've been guided away. Oh, she's so beautiful, huh? Isn't she? What a sweetheart. We sometimes forget the little beautiful treasures in our life. They are just there. So I think that this number 9 energy, the vibration of 9, is the vibration of completion that leads to a transformation that brings us to a new potential, relating to, of course, Mars as the transformative potential of Scorpio, brings its energetic current, 9, into the active translation of Aries, which is the head, the ram that goes forward with the head. This is the head of the change. This is the wheels that move us forward, putting into action the change that has been found and started by Scorpio as a polarity between Scorpio, the feminine side of Mars, and Aries, the masculine side of Mars, bringing the potential and potency of transformation, which is the act of activism, because it's activism that produces transformation. It's an interesting concept, but it's not the only avenue of transformation, which is another interesting concept. So I think when we're looking at this number 9, there is a tendency of the number 9 to be very sort of idealistic to the point of being blind. What do you think about that blind idealism? Let's think about like Al Castro, socialism. Let's think about all those good ideas people have had that they were so idealistic about and where they led humans.
What planet does 9 associated with? Pluto?
Mars.
Oh, Mars. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
that's from the Vedic astrology, but it's also Western astrology as well. 9 is always associated with Mars.
Yeah, I could see that blind idealism, like in Mars, like kind of they're really trying to achieve some like overly idealistic goal, and they're like organizing all these like troops to go fight these wars and armies, and they're like, this is what we want to do, this is what we're gonna do. They're never gonna achieve half of what they're trying to set out for. And usually there's an ulterior motive that's really what's going on. They have all these phony, like, false flag operations and stuff going on just to make it look like this stuff's legit. But they got some sinister stuff going on in the background sometimes, oftentimes, maybe.
I think you bring up a very interesting point, that when you become idealistically aligned, it's easy to be duped, because that idealism blinds us. It takes that practicality of Saturn away, doesn't it? That number 8, which is that fundamental ability to sort of rationalize and keep perspective. 8 always has their finger on the button, right? 8 always is aware of the transactions, the contracts. What contracts am I involved in? 8 never forgets. If 8 owes you a debt, they don't forget. 9 will forget the debts they owe you. 8 will always remember if you owe 8 a debt. They always want the books to balance. They want to keep track of the money. And keeping track of the money is also about keeping track of what's going on specifically. What am I getting out of this, and what am I putting into this? And sometimes the 9 is so idealistic. They just want to put in and make it happen. They want to be an activist. They don't realize who's pulling their strings, as you say, how many people go to the military with idealism in their eyes? They want to be a part of serving their country. They want to be patriots, right? These young guys. Doesn't it break your heart? They get a hold of these teenagers, 19, 18, whatever, and they brainwash them into believing that they can make a difference. They can keep their families safe. All you got to do is go and fight this war. And what happens? They realize they've gone to some place, they're fighting a war, and they realize when they're there, because they're on the ground, feet on the ground, they start noticing, hold on, what am I fighting for? Like, these people are trying to protect their resources, and my government wants to steal their resources. So I'm actually fighting a lawyer because of politicization, got to do with money and who's going to score. And I think this is why PTSD is so common, right? Because you go there with an idealistic slant of, I'm going to do something good, I'm going to keep my family safe. You get there, you realize I'm the bad guy. I'm not the good guy here. I'm the guy who's hurting these people here. Can you imagine how all those soldiers felt when they went to Iraq and Afghanistan to fight wars? What do you guys think? What do you think, Cosmic?
I mean, the age of recruitment here is 18, so pretty young. And that's the thing, too, with a lot of these soldiers, that they get you when you're a young, idealistic kid. In fact, pretty much like with any kind of like control group, they always go after the youth. That's why the communists were great at that. Just like go after the young people and then get them to turn against the older generation.
I think that's an interesting point. We tend to be more idealistic when we're young. I think there's a lot that you're unpacking there with that, actually. Like, and like you say, makes perfect sense, right? To why they would be choosing up. But why are we more idealistic when we're young? That's a really interesting question. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
I think people have a lot of ambitions that they kind of realize that are unrealistic later on in life, but they really want to try them out and see what they can do first. And some people will try more things than others, you know. Some people won't try enough things.
It's very interesting because it seems like the older I get, the more in tune with the potential of Saturn I get. When I was young, I didn't want to have anything to do with money, right? I sort of hated money. Now I have a dislike of money, and I don't want to be caught up in money, but I'm far more prudent. And I suppose becoming a parent obviously makes you more prudent because you got to be a realist about your child. You know, you got to be able to give it. For me, I didn't mind if I didn't have anything because, like, what did I need? I needed nothing. I was an idealist. All I needed was air to breathe, stars above my head, life, and I was happy. Now that I'm a father and I'm older, I've got to start thinking about more than myself. It's interesting, as we get older, we're thinking about others more. When we're younger, we tend to be more selfish. Do you think that would be an accurate way of putting it?
Yeah, no, that's totally accurate. I think, yeah, when you get younger, because if you think about it, like when you first sort of just like incarnate into the human world, like you really only know your consciousness. Like those first 5 years of your life, they might as well just be some kind of like hallucinatory dream. But it's like as you kind of interact with life in the world, you know, more so, you start to realize how conscious other people actually are, and that they are just as conscious as you are. And they've thought a lot of the same thoughts, you know, that you have. Whereas when you're younger, you don't really have as much experience with other people. You don't have as much experience, you know, with yourself. And what you do have, the only real experience you do have is things like books, movies, and television, and these platforms of idealization that you kind of look at yourself and you sort of, you know, see a potential. But like as Indy says, when you get older, you start to realize some of your dreams are not, you know, all that realistic. But I think at the same time, you also kind of learn to accept the fact that, you know, maybe things don't have to be, you know, totally perfect. in life, you know, because when you're younger, you just kind of want like, you know, you think it's so easy, like, oh my God, like, you know, world peace. This is so obvious. Doi, just give money to the poor. But then as you get older, it's like, oh, there's all this other complicated stuff and all these other complicated variables that I haven't really, you know, taken into consideration in terms of my analysis. And so from there, and as you get older, you get a more like, you start to see more of the complexity of the world. You start to see more of its intricacies, and things are also more, there's more moral ambiguity. There's more gray, you know, kind of areas in terms of like what's right and what's wrong. Whereas I think when you're younger, your thinking is also a lot more black and white because you're just so hyped up and emotional and idealistic. And, but you know, that's something else I think it's when it comes to the activist type that you are sort of like talking about here, Franklin, is that they also tend to have a more black and white concept of morality. There's not a lot of middle ground. There's not a lot of, oh, maybe this is right in this situation. It's always a very firm stance, like this is the truth. This is the right thing to do. We have to do it this way. And it's very uncompromising in that sense. And yeah, and in a lot of ways, I think that can go in either a really good direction or it can go in a really horrible direction.
I love, and I can apply that to myself. Everything you're saying, Cosmic, it makes such beautiful sense. Eliciting like a practical perspective. Like my idea of the occult, if I go back, say 3.5 decades, right? And maybe just a bit more than 3.5, but say 3.5 decades, even then still. I had like grasped the Kabbalah and Hermetics, right? And I thought I was so on fire. Like I knew how the archangelic system works and the choirs of the archangels and the choirs of the angels and the 4 different color spectrums of the tree of life and the various different associated God names and the different nuances between the angelic and the archangelic. And I was mapping out these trees of life. I had all 4 trees of life mapped out, and that was it. It was so simple. I hadn't really appreciated Ein Sof Or the Om Tat Sat yet. I was so deeply embedded within the Om. And it was later that I realized, hold on.
Thank you, little moron.
Is that the whole story? Is there more? And I thought I had it all mapped out. I thought I knew it all. Like, I actually thought I was enlightened in 1997, 98. I thought that's it now. Sure, I'd had some like powerful experience. I'd managed to go out of my body. I'd managed to be out of my body for like what seemed like months, but it was like 6 hours. And I lived a whole nother chapter of a life out there, outside of my body. And I ended up in the abyss, and I ended up what I can only describe as fighting for my life. I mean, it's not like fighting, it's more like something else. And so I'd had this experience of overcoming this lower nature, and I'd come close with what people call, like, without getting biblical on you, the Christos had come and been inside me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I must be some special chosen one. I must have found this special thing inside myself. I must, and it was such a powerful experience that I thought this must be it. And I didn't realize that it's just a taste. It's just a taste. It's just the first sort of, you've had the first taste of the cheesecake, mate. There's a whole piece of cheesecake ahead of you, mate. Just the corner. Wait, you have no idea what the rest of this cake tastes like. And I think it's a common thing that we're talking about here, because that activist within ourselves, I still notice myself becoming an activist today, by the way. I watch myself switching between the activist within me and the mystic within me. The mystic is when I'm sitting observing things and I don't have an opinion. The activist is when I have an opinion. And so I look at these two things within myself. Number 7 doesn't really have an opinion. 9 has got a very clear opinion. There's an ideal. That 8 has been compounded into the 9. 9 is reflecting the 6 and the 3 perfectly. It's ready to complete the story. And there's this element of perfectionism that moves between the number 1, between the number 9 and the number 1. So we see it here, right? When we look at it. It seems quite clear to me, that there's this definite thing going on here. I don't understand what just happened. So anyway, I don't seem to be able to put that image up. But there's this definite and very powerful connection between the power of 9 and the power of 1 in the way that the power of 9 becomes the power of 1. And that perfectionism is exasperated in Leo, being an expression, an ambassador of number 1. They want everything. They're a perfectionist. They tend to be quite hard. But that perfectionism starts in number 9, in that idealistic, this is the ideal. We've reached the completion now. We have the ideal of where the next cycle is going to go. This is where we want it to go. 1 is going to put into practice what 9 has figured out, right? This is how the wheel and the cycle turns. And so I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Seems to be some kind of an issue with this thing. But anyway, let me take that off. Maybe it'll be better. So I do think that when we look at ourselves, we'll see both of these elements working. And I think it's really important to realize, what do you guys think? Do you notice that within you, there's both of these? There's the activist and the mystic, and they're always sort of trying to get into the throne?
Yeah, I think in anything, in being something, if you say that you are a mystic, you can tell the difference between whether you're being and BSing, or you're really being, by how much you've done some doing. So how much practice you've had will determine how much of a mystic you really are. So you have to do some doing at some point in order to have some being, I would say. Oh, I think you might be muted.
No, I wasn't just I just wasn't saying anything. I think I also experienced this dichotomy to a certain extent. The certain person who wants to be kind of like the activist, and the person who just kind of wants to be sort of internal. There's definitely kind of a struggle, with that. But I think what I've been kind of interested in is, like, lately, I kind of, it was interesting you bring up the whole enlightenment thing, Franklin, and this whole idea of sort of thinking you're enlightened. And I think the problem with believing that you're enlightened is that you no longer take steps to make yourself more enlightened. That once you think you've gotten to a certain state, it's like there's a sort of spiritual complacency that happens when you think you're God, you have everything figured out. And I think a lot of this has to do with how we perceive infinity. And the people who I think that tend to believe that enlightenment is legit, they tend to see infinity internally. They say, oh, my internal mindscape, this infinity is a direct copy of the outer world, the external. And so because I understand the infinity within me, therefore I automatically understand all the infinity outside of myself. And so then you think, well, I'm God, I'm enlightened. And you can think of it as being God in the sense of, like, you individually are God, or you are part of one singular collective mind. But largely, it's kind of the same kind of process happens. I think what happens, too, is a lot of people will say, oh, well, I don't believe the individual, I'm part of the collective. But internally, there's still kind of a same experience of you are, the universe and God. You just might not be the central node of that being. But with my study and my work, I kind of take an opposite approach when I think of infinity. I think of infinity more of I take the imagination and I externalize it. And when you externalize the imagination, it's more like an infinite upward progression of Russian nesting dolls. So what I mean by that is, like, you sort of imagine the universe, and then you realize there's an edge to that universe, and there's the universe outside of that. and then they're part of a multiverse, and then you realize there's an edge of that multiverse, then there's a multiverse outside of that. And if there's a certain point where you keep going up and up and up, and your mind no longer has the ability to tangibly sort of process what's happening, and so then you kind of realize, wait, there actually sort of is a limit to my perception. I'm not quite as infinite as I thought I was, because it's like this infinity just keeps going. And even if I was all of it at once, it would take me an infinite amount of time to recognize that, because it's like a circle it's not just like the universe is like, it has an edge, but that edge is expanding at an exponential rate. But what's interesting, though, is that when you reach a certain limit, now I have a threshold and understanding of where I need to go next and how I progress further. And you can expand that understanding. You can expand that sense of being, stretched out even further than you did before, once you've integrated all the stuff that's, sort of around you so far. And I think that in a lot of ways, this kind of this Fey perspective, which they call, they have a different word for it. They call it this. I've always been fascinated with this word that kind of I channeled, called ozozo, which basically kind of means like an infinity beyond infinity, or the infinity beyond your idea or conception of what infinity is. It's just like it's like Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond. And with that kind of humility in perspective, and you realize you're not ever going to be enlightened, you have this sort of sense of like, it's, instead of being like a kind of a tyrannical, sort of like egotistical person, you're constantly growing, you're constantly sort of evolving and sort of dimensionally expanding yourself. And it's a long process. But some people, they want to think, no, they got the whole thing all at once, they have it all figured out. But from my perspective, it's kind of like, imagining some, like with the Zerfax and Zarfax thing, you think of the universe as bubbles. And so somebody who thinks they're enlightened is basically kind of like, it's like you can see the edges of their bubble, but they can't see the edges themselves. It's like a kind of like a hamster wheel where they keep sort of moving forward, but they never quite reach the actual edge or the side. So I think having that, so what I guess the conclusion that I'm saying with this is that, it actually, a lot of people, in the occult community, they say there really is no difference between, looking at the infinite and the mystic in an internal perspective versus looking at it from an external perspective. But I think it actually is an important distinction, because what I'm finding is that exploring one or the other does lead to different metaphysical conclusions.
Hallelujah to both of you. Yeah, and I think that's so true. I agree with you that we've got this dichotomy of external and internal from my perspective, back to front. And I think you and I are on the same page when, more or less, check me if I'm wrong, I feel that when I'm thinking, that's happening in matter. It's not happening in my head. It's happening out there. And the actions are happening inside here. That's a weird kind of a convoluted idea. So when I think of activism, I think of it as like going inside into the matrix. When I think of mysticism, I think of it as going out of the matrix, right? Expanding the Jupiterian potential outside of the confines of matter. Or the Saturnian going into the contracts, contracting deep into the contractual nature of matter. And I see the Saturn and Jupiter as being these two poles, where Saturn maintains these contracts, keeps time ticking over. For example, the deeper one goes into meditation, the more one starts to recognize a timelessness. The time that we think doesn't mean what we think. We start to notice. And this is the dangers, We can start to get prophetic insights. We can start to see what's going to happen before it happens. And we can start to notice that we can do certain things. And we can start to notice, um, living in a continuous realm of synchronicity all the time, and all of these things can add up about us, and we can think like wow, you know, like you say, we've figured out the whole universe, but we forget that that bubble is an expanding bubble, you know. An interesting point though, and so this is like something of practical work for people to consider. There's this really powerful way of bringing consciousness into alignment with matter, and it has a lot to do with mantra, has a lot to do with affirmation. To realize that we can start a program running in our consciousness that we can keep. This is an interesting concept. So you can start a mantra running in your consciousness, right? And when you finish your meditation, you can see it running there, still working. You can hear it inside, see it. And you can allow that to become a wheel that's turning and allow your consciousness to rest within that. And that sort of gives us a perspective of time and space. Sort of, it changes the way time flows. It's something to play with for those of you that are interested. Like, to get that pattern running in the consciousness, it's like a rhythm. This is a very shamanic thing. I didn't even know it had to do with shamanism as a child. I just did it. It's the same as like when I was young, like when I was like 10, it bugged me that I wasn't ambidextrous. I was like, damn, that's not right. So I worked hard to become ambidextrous. So we can work to become ambidextrous, and then our ability to use emotional intelligence and rational intelligence become harmonized. And so we can then think out of the box, truly think out of the box. And there are all these little things that we don't do. I think the key problem when it comes to both activism and that aspect of the activist within us and that aspect of the mystic within us is patterns of conditioning. Like, this is obviously to do with the crystallization of the shadow. What are your thoughts, Indy, you know, with these patterns and these cycles that we get stuck in, habituality?
Yeah, we get stuck in these habits a lot of times, and it's hard to fight our little habits because, you know, we become familiar with them. And that's part of like fighting the ego and fighting the dragon. We become creatures of habit, and we stay in our comfort zones. And sometimes those comfort zones can become really toxic, but we kind of cling to them. And we sometimes it's not just because we're familiar; it's because we seek that out. We sometimes will subconsciously might seek a situation that puts us in a bad place, and it might be from bad programming. There's a few different ways that you can get there. You know, if you were with somebody that as your caregiver, like, didn't have time for you, or didn't give you the attention you needed, or never gave you praise and gave you attention or praise based on your service that you had done only. You might, you know, be in a place where you're waiting for somebody to pat you on the back in life or something, but subconsciously you put yourself in a bad place, or go in a bad cycle. But we can get ourselves out of those things if we really want to. And if it's sometimes that's why it takes till we hit rock bottom that we start to begin that climb back, to start climbing up and get out of that situation and overcome those cycles that are bringing us down in a downward spiral. It's possible to turn that around, and it takes a lot of courage and motivation and a support network to do it. But you know, it's always possible to start that journey, reach out.
That makes me think about something which is very mystical. And so we're really looking into the mystic arts here. We always seem to come back to the occult. So there's the dweller. We'll hear it mentioned in Hermetics, right? If you come across any Hermetic documents, there's always this dweller. It's in Rosicrucianism, if I recall, it's called, I've seen it referred to as the watcher upon the threshold, or the guardian upon the threshold is probably what it's more commonly known as, or the dweller. And so, from a psychological perspective, this is a being which one manifests experiences, which is there to stop us from going further than we can go. And I think that we were talking about the limit of what you call a Zarfex cosmic, right? And I think what you're pointing out here, Indy, is these cycles of limitation that keep us trapped in the paradigms of reality that we used to live in, so that we're not able to look outside. We're like those fleas in that little box with a lid on it, and we only can jump so high, and the lid's gone. We didn't look. We don't even look up and go, "Hey, they took the lid away, dude. We used to jump out of here. Why don't we just jump out?" No, but we can't jump out. Well, it's a pattern. And I think that we're all those fleas sometimes that's strapped. I don't know if you guys know about the story, but fleas in a box, if you keep them in a box, apparently they'll forget that they can jump high. And their offspring will have forgotten that they can jump high. So if you get a flea that can jump this high and you put them in a box that high, they won't jump out even when you take the lid off. And their offspring will not jump higher because they will have become conditioned by their limitations. And I think the watcher upon the threshold is an actual being that we meet, which is also an archetypal reflection of our aspect of ourselves. But I think that this watcher upon the threshold walks with us through life. And we see this watcher upon the threshold as the patterns that we become ingrained within. We get ingrained into a particular pattern, ingrained into a particular belief structure, ingrained into a particular box, a mental box, an emotional box, which becomes a living box that we live in, and our reality shrinks. And so David Icke's always going on about this, isn't he? Like, the reality we're in is being sculpted and shrunk, and they're shrinking our reality to the point where a lot of people, they almost manage to convince a lot of people that there's no such thing as afterlife, that all there is this matter. That's all there is. You get born, you live, and then that's it. Lights out, it's finished. There's nothing else. And I mean, from my personal experience, that's not true. And I think from a lot of people's personal experience, that's not true. So, you know, when we speak about they as well, I'm sort of referring to the string pullers behind the editorial press that manipulate. I mean, the education system is so bad, right? Those of you with kids, oh my gosh, just look at the gobble they want our kids to learn. It's almost a headache to have to keep up with it. And have to keep going back to mention to our kids, yeah, well, that's what they want you to think. Just bear in mind that that's what they need you to say at certain times to get but understand that that's a very narrow perspective of reality, that there's more. But for now, this is how they want you to think about it, but don't get stuck on thinking about it like that, because there's more. It's very difficult being a parent and trying to help our children to keep a balanced perspective on, you know, one of the things they were taught in school is that all living things need to breathe air. I was, well, that's not true. My son was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, fishes don't breathe air. Fishes breathe water. They remove the oxygen from the water. They're not breathing air, they're breathing water. My boy's eyes went big. I said, think about it. Oxygen's what we need, but we just happen to get the oxygen in the air, but it's also in the water. So oxygen's actually what we need to metabolize, not air. But air is where we extract our oxygen. But there are some creatures that don't breathe air. And I started giving him a list. I was like, plants under the sea, octopus, fish, sharks. I mean, come on, there are more creatures on Earth that don't breathe air than what do breathe air. We're a minority. I was explaining this to my 8-year-old. His eyes were going big. But for now, we're not saying your teacher's wrong, because from what we can experience in our small, limited reality, everybody needs to breathe air. But when we go outside of this box that we're living in, and we think bigger, we realize that we're a very small box in a bigger box. And in a bigger box, other creatures don't need to. And now we haven't even broached the concept of whether rocks are alive. I believe rocks are alive. I take the idea of panpsychism to the level that every single aspect of your reality is living. So rocks have got a life of their own. Crystals have a life of their own. There are different orders of life that don't correspond to our rules and perspectives of life, but they've got a life of their own. They have memory and intelligence of their own. It might not be operating in the way that ours operates, but they maintain gravity, they maintain pressure, there's some kind of memory operating through everything that we can experience. So when we start to really broaden our perspective, we start going, well, maybe it's not that simple. Maybe it's not black and white. And I think that this notion of the activist looking for a simple answer, yes or no, are they trying to turn us all into activists?
If you think about it, when you're talking about people who, if you're talking about the type of person who actually wants to indoctrinate someone and wants to control someone, it's usually an activist. Because if you think about all these people who they have some kind of like political agenda, some kind of agenda, they basically, the reason they feel justified in indoctrinating our children is because they think they're indoctrinating them towards something good and beneficial, because they have some kind of ideal that not only do they want to force it into the world, they want to force it into people's minds and into people's perception. And they're so convinced that they're right and that their worldview is the absolute truth that they feel justified in using coercion, manipulation, because in their mind they think, well, it's okay to manipulate these kids into believing this because this is the truth, and this is a truth that's going to save the world, save humanity. So I'm justified in my actions. But to me, that's never justified. We should always respect the sort of the sanctity of one's mind and their ability to choose and determine their own reality for themselves. So I think that's the other thing about the activists is that, whatever our perception of reality is and whatever our universe is, we have to, at least on some level, recognize that other people have different perceptions of the universe and respect that, because to the sense that is their world and that is their way of being. I think we really only need to step in and say something is when, those, worldviews become dominant. Because the way I see it is we all have our own dream universe. We all have our own universe we live in, our perception of reality, what makes sense to us, what makes no sense. And largely that universe we create is something that's in equilibrium to who we are and what our spirit is. And once we kind of have that developed, we don't really feel the need to control other people's universes. But some people, that's not good enough. It's not just that this is my universe. I want everyone to believe in my universe, and I want to be king of the universe. I want to be God because I have everything figured out. And to some extent, we all have that temptation. When I think about like the whole idea of Satan, the Bible, and like what he tempts us with, I think that temptation is the kind of where you feel justified in using force, fear, intimidation, manipulation, and coercion to force your dream onto the world, and then that just becomes a nightmare. Maybe that's just something that came to me. Maybe that's kind of what a nightmare is a dream you force onto the universe against its will.
Yeah. All right, so I made a little tarot card reading while I was just shuffling the cards. These 3 cards came out. Page of Wands, 4 of Wands, Knight of Wands. So this is like card of like good news of good action coming in. Somebody took action to speak the words. Stability. And the suit of wands is suit of like action, desire to take action to make things happen. And 4 is stability, the 4 corners. And then we have the Knight of Wands being like taking that action, making it happen, setting out to go get it done. So there's just one little tarot card reference of how action has many different stages and forms. And
That's really beautiful, brother.
yeah,
And I like that. Did you want to say cosmic? Did you want to say something, brother?
Oh, no, I was just listening.
I thought I heard a clicking on your mic. And were you finished, by the way?
I just want to mention one last thing. And so like you can have like people that are just like authors that are like talking about like the good things that have happened or could happen. And then you have the people that are going out there and being an activist and saying, you need to come with us and do this, and this is what needs to happen. And those are very different people, you know, but they both have that desire to change things, and they're taking action to do it in different ways. It's either by inspiring people or by kind of trying to knock down doors or something on people and get too pushy or whatever they do.
Yeah, brother. You know, I like that you pulled a couple of cards. I think that's a good. I think it's a good idea. It's a good thing that you did there, and I think it's really interesting. You know that four represents, like you say, stability, and the stability that's represented by 4. I think it's rather quite fundamental. You know, when we start to look at it in terms of its actual potential, because when we get down to what stability actually represents, is it represents balance. It represents all things in a state of consistency. It also represents a sense of power, because 4 is a very powerful number. It's structure. I put 4 here as the builder. Now, another thing that I mention about the number 4 when I look at it is that 4 also represents being stuck. So on the positive side of the spectrum, 4 represents the stability, the consistency. It represents planning. It represents being organized, right? It represents all these positive things, but it also can represent being stuck, being stubborn, right? Being pedantic, being set in one's ways. So the very thing that becomes your strength when there's too much of that quality becomes your inhibition. And the same can be said for any of these 9 numbers. The strength of the activist is a very powerful thing, but when there's too much of that activism, you get holy zeal, which blinds you, right? Causes you to be able to be manipulated because your desires to manifest this idealistic idea overwhelms your sense of common sense. But when we're looking at the number 4, being stuck represents that, the negative side of that. But when we're starting with, I believe it was the Page of Wands, is that correct?
Yeah, Page.
The Page of Wands is the youth. So it's that, so it represents, in a sense, you could say, imagine you've got the 4 worlds. It represents that aspect of the 4 worlds which is youthful in terms of still has a lot to learn, still has a long way to go to put the pieces together, but has all of that powerful inspiration. And these are all one, so they all relate to vocation, they all relate to our careers in some ways. What does this mean on a cosmic, bigger scale? It relates to that vocational movement of the world. Where does the world want us to go? It's the element of fire. It's the element of the passion and the desires being directed towards a goal. So wands are always goal-oriented. That's why we use a magic wand, right? Because we want to make our spells. We got a goal. We got a bottom line. This is what we want to do. We use a wand to make it happen, because a wand is how you cause your desires to take form and become actualized. So when we're looking at the beginning of the page, it's got that beautiful innocence, the innocence of optimism, and then we've got that builder's strength to harness it, and then we've got the knight. Now the knight of wands, I think that represents the activist in a powerful way, because that's like Mars in a sense, like that. It's like the head, it's moving forward. Like, I don't need the thing about the knight of wands is they can be black and white, right? Because the knight of wands is so fixed on the goal that they're not really looking at the bigger picture, where the knight of cups would be more sort of focused on the bigger picture and not see the actual goal, right? So focused on the bigger picture of observing the reality and getting like in tune with it. So there's this really interesting, powerful, and I think this sort of represents with what you've just, this cards you pulled represents the power of the activist, the drive of the activist, and the fundamental action, which can be folly, or which is how the activist actually makes changes in the world. I think it's beautifully synchronous, brother. Your mic is off, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Those cards just popped out of the deck.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Beautiful. So that's really interesting. And so this activist, I think, is a big part of our education system. Would it be fair to say, like what I was saying just now, and I think Cosmic, you also added to it beautifully, that we're being taught to be active. So does activism relate to masculine energy? Does the mystic relate to feminine energy? The mystic relates to being, observing, receiving. The activist is doing, making it happen, and following through.
Yeah.
And so we've got this yang yin. Sorry, do continue, brother.
And the yang principle with the activeness of the yang also goes directness. And so with its complementary aspect in yin, there's, instead of active, you could say passive, or you could maybe say you could say something other than passive, I think, because to me passive is not really encapsulating what they are doing. It's more focused on what they're not doing. But there's another also there's an additional component to that aspect of yin, being indirectness. So they may seem that they're passive and that they're just going along, but they have indirect ways of going about things. So there's more than meets the eye there. They're not exactly as passive as one might think sometimes.
I think, Franklin, you're onto something with the whole idea of training people to be activists. Because if we're going to talk about the whole idea of indoctrination, one of the techniques that a lot of cults do, and this is one that's not really talked about, is simply keeping their followers busy. Now, when you look at the schedule of a particular cult, there'll be long, dances. There'll be a lot of physical labor. There'll be a lot of discussions. They really don't have any kind of when you're in a cult, there's really no idle time to just kind of sit and think and reflect. You're always busy. You're always kind of moving along, bouncing yourself from one place to another. And you never really have a time to just sit and reflect, because if you had time to sit and reflect, you'd be like, hold on, something's weird is going on around here. But if you keep people busy and you keep people actively doing something, they don't have time to sort of sit down, think, meditate, and analyze what's happening. And this is really, in a lot of ways, by design, because if you keep people in a sort of active state, they don't really have any time to, it's like you're kind of cutting them off from that mystical part that could kind of maybe perhaps, see through, the BS in the situation. So I just kind of wanted to add that into the equation there.
Yeah, something just popped into mind is that like oftentimes the mystic or the ascetic will kind of like wander off kind of in solitude into the wilderness. And the activists will like kind of like gather up crowds and like bring them into like the center of like civilization to make their voice be heard. But you know, there's one individual who kind of brought both of these scenes together. That would be probably Yeshua, otherwise known as Emmanuel or Jesus, more familiar name. Was an activist in the sense that he would go flip the tables of the moneylenders and say, you know, we need to stop tyrannizing these people. And at the same time, he would go wander off into the desert and fast for many nights and days as well. So he would do a little bit of both. So maybe we all need to be fully balanced, have a little bit of both aspects of that. You got to take the steps to make it happen instead of just worshiping the people that did it before.
Exactly, brother. Well said. You know, we've got to integrate both the mystic and the activist within our lives.
Yeah.
One or the other is hollow. And it's very interesting because even if you want to be a mystic and you want to go and sit in a cave, you've got to be active. You've got to be mystically active. You've got to sit in meditation, which is doing nothing, but you've really got to be doing nothing. And you've got to keep doing nothing. And you've got to do nothing again and again and keep doing nothing until it drives you crazy. Until you're freaking out because you want to do something and you go, no, I'm going to be active. I'm going to actively do nothing. What a concept. So like people say, what is meditation? How can I learn to meditate? And, you know, there's a lot of books on meditation. There are a lot of ideas, concepts, words, narratives. But what is meditation really? The best description I ever got from meditation was from a Guruji Mohan, from Anandeshwarji Ashram. He said, meditation is just sitting. And of course, like people were like, kya hoga? Beta hoga or kuch nahi hoga? Mantra japa hoga? Nahi, beta hoga. Beta. Beta means sitting. And so people were like trying to figure this out. Like, no, but what must I chant? What picture must I see in my mind? No. Sitting. And people couldn't grasp this. Like, obviously, a lot of these people who come to him for darshan are just normal local people, and they really want to practice. They really want to improve themselves. He used to do a lot of darshan, like thousands of people a day would come and exchange bananas with this gentleman. That's his darshan practice. You give me banana, I give you back banana. I've got a box of bananas here. You give me banana. I added to this box of bananas. I take a banana from my box. I give you banana. There we go. We just traded bananas. Lovely. You go off. You eat that banana. You know, the banana was touched by me in the presence of getting a gift from somebody else, right? So that banana came to me as a loving gift. I received that banana as a loving gift. I held that banana as a loving gift. And now I'm giving you that banana as a loving gift to the next person. It's such a beautiful chain of life. So simple. It's action without doing. You see? How is he spreading the love? How is he spreading the consciousness and the vibrations? He's not doing a mantra over your head. He's not telling you what you need to do with your life and change your life. He's just like, oh, you come, you give me a banana. Nice. Thank you for this banana. I feel honored. And I've got a banana here too. Let me hold this banana to my heart and give you this banana. There's something quite powerful about the simplicity of life. And I think that we spoke about Emmanuel. Now, I know Cosmic's probably not the biggest Emmanuel basher. Would that be a fair compliment to you, Cosmic?
I mean, I guess.
You don't live your life according to that good books, like, you know.
No. I'm not a Christian in any conceivable sense.
But there is a lot of good sense in the book. And like
Oh,
one
yeah.
of the things in the book that makes the most sense, is, well, there's a lot of things that make a lot of good sense. But I've lost my train of thought now. It's very interesting.
Emmanuel.
Action. Sorry?
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, yeah. They call him Jesus. I don't like saying that word. I don't like calling him by that name because it seems like it's an all untrue name that was given to us to call to him by a group of people that wanted to hijack the teachings. I think when we go back to the real name, like Emmanuel was the person that was teaching. Emmanuel means he who is as God, by the way. He who is like God. Interesting that they took that name away and they put Isha. Isha is what he was called then. And Isha is Isaiah, because apparently Isaiah was who he had been in a previous life. And so the whole idea of the prophecy that everybody was waiting for was the rebirth of Isaiah that would come and be the Messiah. So why is it called Messiah? Because it was predicted thousands of years ago that Isaiah would come back. Messiah. You see, Isaiah, Messiah. No linguistic coincidence there. So when he came back, some people called him Ishia. And Ishia became Isha. And Isha is what he's called to this day in India and Arabic lands, Isha. And Isha became Ishu. And Ishu became Jishu, became Jesus. Ilsus. So it was Ilsus, Jesus, which is Isha. But they added an S on at some point. And obviously that was like, Greek Romanization of the language. It's inevitable. But it's to me, it's really interesting when we look at that. And one of the things that was said that to me is foundational and fundamental and irrevocably probably one of the wisest things I've ever heard in my life is be as children. Be as children. Find that inner child within yourself. Connect with that inner child. Do children draw distinctions between activism and mysticism? Is the child always the inner mystic, expanding and exploring the imagination, which is what the mystic's realm is, while actively expressing and doing what feels right in the heart, as the mystic does? That is the perfect balance between the mystic and the activist. What do you think is that as a concept psychologically, dear Cosmic?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, because I think they're just kind of different. They're sort of like different dimensions of the personality. Maybe you can think of it as a mischievist. I think about mischievous kind of sounds like mischievous, and children do tend to be mischievous. So yeah, I think it's kind of like it really is yin and yang. There really can't be sort of like, one without the other, because there's a sort of an active and passive role in, all things essentially.
Yeah, completely, man. Completely. So I would say the path of the mystic is to find that mischievous side of ourselves, right? That playful side of ourselves. Because children are always playing, aren't they? And so we call it mischief. So the word mischief comes from chief, mischief, right? So when that inner chief is in charge, I'm no longer the child. So children are sort of naturally mischievous, aren't they? And so like I've always been like a bit of a kid, right? I've always wanted to play jokes on people and play tricks on people. I've my whole life I've been like that. I've become less like that just because I've got a boy. I've got to be careful because like I'll rub off on him. He'll be playing jokes on everybody all the time, and it can become an issue. Like he picks a stranger on the road and plays a joke on them. I'm like, dude, like what are you doing? Like they might not be into it, like they have their own choices. They might not want to. And so he's a real little bugger sometimes, If I take him to the penguin sanctuary, the classic thing that he does sometimes. So we're walking and a tourist will be coming and he'll walk with the tourist. And when they step right, he'll step right. When they step left, he'll step left. And like it will look like it's like a confusion of a moment, and they'll get like a bit like confused, like, okay, I'm going to step right, and as they step right, he's stepping right. It's like he's doing it as a joke. He's playing with him, you know. And I'm like, Josh, stop it now, man, because to him he thinks it's funny, and they don't understand what's going on. They're like, okay, now and so he's keeping them sort of locked in, and it's like in his mind, it just makes perfect sense. It's somebody I can play with. I can play with everybody, and he'll say things to people, like funny things. He'll comment to people, like if a man and woman seem like they dressed similarly, he'll say, "Why are you wearing the same clothes?" They'll be like, "We're not wearing the same clothes." Yes, you are. You're wearing a white top. You're wearing a white top. You're wearing white pants. You're wearing white pants. What's with this wearing the same clothes business? You know. And people will have try to have a serious conversation with this 8-year-old. It's like he's just taking the piss, dude. Like. But do you want to stop that? You know, okay, you got to learn to rein it in a bit. But like I was like that when I was a kid. You know what I mean? And I think like that inner child wants to play. It wants to test the bounds of reality. It wants to experiment, right? It's not stuck in the number 4. So it doesn't have the strength of the number 4 to tap from. Number 4 is a very powerful number. I've got a lot of 4 in me. I've got to watch out for being stuck. Luckily, I've got like other numerations running in me too. Got the number 9 in me. Got to watch out. I can be idealistic. It's a good thing. Got the number 3 in me. Oh, I'm very optimistic and jovial. Watch out. I can get hoodwinked by my own joviality. You know, I've always had an issue with number 8. So I've had to really apply myself into number 8 to really develop that part of my character so that it can balance the number 4 out. And the number 7, I took a lot of my life to focus on that number 7 so that the number 7 and the number 2 can be balanced, because I've got a lot of the 2 in me too. And I've got a lot of the 1. So these numbers are all like, I've got a lot of things going on in here. I've always had to learn to keep it tempered. Otherwise I play devil's advocate, you see? So like I've always been extremist. So I've had to learn to like use the strengths and try and taper them down and try and develop my weaknesses. And I think like this is what we're all doing. Am I right or wrong when it comes to shadow work? Isn't that really what you're doing?
Yeah, tempering your strengths and what were you doing with your weaknesses?
Well, trying to develop them.
Developing them. Yeah, mainly developing the weaknesses, because we've gotten really good usually in life at doing in service and like survival. Like we can get our bills paid, we can be stable, but to be the ability to be like have inner joy and like feel like you have like real expression of your inner self to the world that you can share in a safe way. To be able to achieve that, you have to go through a kind of transformative process and focus more on what was your weakness, which will now become more of a strength, because it's now going to be a strength. Your weakness is your kind of your ego, is your separation of self, delusions, where you don't really see the connection to the world. You see more of the divisions that separate things. And then when you can step into shadow work, you start to focus more on being able to see the connections of things. And so the delusions become the weakness, and the strength becomes the new vision of being able to understand how things are more interconnected, and how it starts with being able to understand yourself and master yourself. And then being in a world, it starts to take form that what you've achieved can then be like imposed upon the world as something that is can offer guidance if people want to also achieve that inner joy and overcome the inner turmoil that we carry with us when we're just in that service mode.
I think that's a beautiful way to look at it. I like that you bring the word service mode into it, because life is going to serve us as serving. whether we like it or not. The ball will be put in our court, right? Your plate will be filled up. You will end up having to deal with a full plate, as the metaphor goes. The ball will be put in your court, as the metaphor goes. And you will end up serving a master, whether you like it or not. And I think this is a really interesting idea. It sort of brings us to the idea of free will. I think free will sits between the activist and the mystic. Because we think our will is free because we're active and we're doing things. But we don't know, like, where's the string pulling happening, right? And when we are in the mystic state, entering into that gnosis of the mystic, then it seems like we don't have free will on some level, right? That illusion that the free will isn't real can come up. But I think somewhere in the middle of all of this, namaste, Rob. How are you doing, man? Lovely, man. Good to have you here. I hope you guys in the chat are doing well. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. Have been having lovely conversations here. And hey, Big Gaz, is that you as Chaos, by the way? I think it's Big Gaz. Am I right? I get the feeling it's you. But I do think that, like, that balance and the free will. What do you guys think? Like, looking at free will as a concept, how does free will apply to the idea of this archetypal activist and the archetypal mystic?
Well, no, the principle of free will is from Christianity is somewhat contradictory, because there's like an ultimatum of like in order to have salvation from damnation, you have to follow certain like ultimatums, and there's no free will in like operating out of fear and doing things because you don't want to be punished. That doesn't mean that you don't want to still do those bad things. So I think there's a distinction between that kind of Christian free will, where there's fear of God as driving your free will to choose to follow and serve rules that are laid down for you, whether or not they serve your personal good. And then you have like other ways in which free will is a choice between being able to take the power into your own hands and take action to make things happen, and like be your own doctor, for example, or the free will to sit by and just go into the system and become a cash cow and let them work you through. And whether those doctors, some doctors out there have really good intentions, and usually they have to go against their usual course of action to like really help people and tell them more about like lifestyle and vitamin and diet changes and things like that could really help complement whatever kind of treatment they're going to need. That stuff's out there, and it's available in integrative medicine. But a lot of doctors, they have really good intentions, but they just follow what they're trained about pharmaceuticals and medical technology for surgeries. And they're kind of salespeople for pharmaceuticals and medical tech. So it's not that they didn't have good intentions going into it to want to really help people, and that they don't really actually help people, because they do. But that can be a thing where if you kind of just don't educate yourself about treatments that you're going to need or other things that you can do in your own life to help deal with the situation you're in, instead of leaving it up to people once you get into a crisis and go into the sick care system once it's too late, to work on preventative ways to stay away from conditions, to get into health and wellness. We all have free will in that sense, that we can choose to take things into our own hands or ask for help or have someone else do it for us.
I think another way to think of the dynamic between activist and mystic is speaker and listener. Because if you think about, I never bought the idea. Maybe at one point I did, but at least now I don't buy the idea that, when you sit and meditate, you essentially lose yourself. Well, I mean, it's obvious you would make that observation, because when you're sitting down and you're meditating, you're basically, you're not physically doing anything. You're trying to not come up with any mental thoughts of your own. You're not trying to invoke any feelings of your own. So if you do all those things at once, of course you're going to come to that conclusion. But to me, that's kind of a confirmation bias. And the way I look at it is that that's not where you find the self. Whereas if you're in more of an activist mode and you're doing things and you're kind of being active, I think you find yourself in activity, not necessarily in inactivity. And I think what was I going to say about the whole free will thing? I had a thought. But yeah, I think a lot of it, when you, another way that you can kind of lose yourself is if you're really engrossed in a movie. So when you watch a movie that's really engrossing, or any kind of book or television show, you begin to focus on the characters so much, the things that are happening to them. It's almost like you forget that you, the observer, are watching, because you're so invested. But I think, to me, when there's a kind of a free will in that you're actively being passive and letting the information kind of absorbing in. So when you're in that meditative state, you're in a kind of you're a receptacle at that point, and you're choosing to be a receptacle. Because if you think about, if you don't have any free will in meditation, it's like, have you ever meditated so deeply that you don't know how to stop meditating? I think most people would at least be able to, stop meditating at some point and get off and go about their normal day. But I think if one wanted to test to see if they really lost their sense of self when they're meditating, it would be like, you wouldn't be able to stop meditating. You wouldn't be able to, reach for yourself and gain it back. I think it's more just kind of like, you just sort of like, you kind of put it aside for a second. It's like, you have this self, but you put it in the closet, and it may be, and it's almost like, with a weird thing, it's almost like a lack of object permanence. I think if the self is not, there for a moment, then it must have never been there to begin with. But really, it's just sort of waiting in the closet for you. Because even when you go to sleep and you don't dream, you're essentially kind of losing that individual self. And yet, when you wake up, you always go back to that same self. So I think, in a lot of ways, when you're talking about panpsychism and stuff, I think that the self is kind of and people talk about a kind of an internal struggle. Is there's a kind of like matter has consciousness, but there's different kind of levels and gradations of consciousness, where matter first has just kind of the conscious of basic physicality, of sort of like moving around, bouncing off of other atoms, changing its state when it reacts to different levels of temperature. And then there's the matter that's alive, that generally has a sense of will and independent sort of consciousness that has its own kind of thing. So you're talking earlier about people getting stuck in certain patterns. I think if you think about matter, it kind of has a sort of momentum, and it just kind of wants to drift along, and it wants to. And then when we try to change that, we're met with resistance, because that kind of that physical matter within us just kind of wants to drift along. It doesn't necessarily want to motivate and move forward, because it's lazy. So we come up with routines and rituals to kind of steer matter to move in a different direction. So I guess what I'm saying is, when it comes to the free will debate, I think it's that we do have free will, but that we're also influenced by other wills, both within us and outside of us. So it's actually, I think it's kind of like a more like we have partial free will, or mostly free will. So I think it's more a matter of degree of, you think of the dichotomy between the self and the universal mind, and you think, how much of this is my perception and how much of this is the universal mind? Because you think about something like a rock, for example. A rock is conscious, but it's only kind of acting within the consciousness of that greater universal mind. It doesn't really have, that individual rock may not have as much of an individual will. So maybe that has like maybe 1% free will, and 99% of that is the will of the universe. Whereas with human beings, that might be more like 80 to 90%, or maybe 50% if you, or maybe like 30 if you're really indoctrinated. I mean, these numbers are just, you know, straight out of the ether. They really don't mean anything. But I guess the point is, I think when it comes to free will, I know that, you know, this is kind of a cringe word because of the woke, but spectrum. I think that there's that free will. It's not necessarily a matter of does this have a free will and does this lack free will, but rather how much free will does it have relative to the will of the universe. So it's like you have something that's like a rock that has like 1% of its own free will and 90% of that is the will of the universe. Whereas maybe a human has like 90% of its own free will, but then 10% of that will is the will of the universe. So I try to look at it more in regard to the free will perception from that point of view.
Yeah, free will is an interesting one. There's a lot of contradictions in like free will, and that like we consider it to be fully free, in that there's a lot of things that we have, you know, there's contingencies of, like we have to breathe and stuff, and we have to do certain things, and we have certain needs. But one thing to consider is that like if the elite consider us to be the willfully ignorant, it's up to our will to self-educate ourselves. And if we don't self-educate ourselves, the powers that be are laughing at us, apparently. So according to the testimony. So, well, some of them are at least. And they consider us to be willfully ignorant, or the walking dead, some refer to us as. So if the collective is willfully ignorant, like why are we willfully ignorant? Because we're given systems of ignorance is bliss and don't question things, perhaps. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think you're completely right. And I think Cosmic, I think you're both really right fundamentally. You know, they are trying to condition us. They are trying to limit us. They're trying to keep us sort of stuck in this dynamic. I do think that we need to exercise our will. I think we need to exercise all the faculties of consciousness, right, in order to be conscious. Sort of like our bodies, right? What happens when you lay in a bed for too long? Entropy. To get to the point where you can't even walk, right? So if we want to stay fit and active and mobile, then we need to be exercising our bodies every day. We need to walk. We need to be active. So you need a certain amount of activism, right? But at the same time, if you're always moving your body and exercising your body and actively, when do you stop to think? Consider, you know, like, so there's that balance. And like Cosmic says, you know, the world, and I believe that's what you were getting at, Cosmic, that the world has been sculpted to keep us busy all the time and running, jumping through hoops, right? Financial system, work, career. Like, people don't have time. Is that something you guys hear a lot of? Everybody's saying, oh, I just don't have time.
Yeah, that's the worst excuse, because people would make time. I always tell people, well, you would make time if it was important. We always do.
And I think that's a really interesting point, you know, because at the end of the day, time is the one thing that we have, right? And I'm just trying to get the tarot trumps all queued. It's what I've been doing while you guys have been talking. The world, because I've divided it into two groups, and I think this will sort of be quite useful for people studying the tarot and for people not studying the tarot as well. I believe it will be useful because I think it will give us a perspective on basically the archetypal forces and how these forces sort of relate to where we're at. And So the major arcana, I think this consciousness that we're talking about has got to do with the inner world. So when I think of the mystic, I think of the major arcana specifically. When I think of the activist, I think of the numerations specifically. So when I see, the numbers 1 to 10, those are what in the Kabbalah is called the lightning bolt or the sword of heaven or the lightning bolt. They relate to the powers, the principalities, and the decisive macrocosmic extensions of possibility that become reality in its different facets. And then the serpent, as it wraps around the tree, let's get the tree of life image of life with sword and serpent. I should have done this before. So if you look at this quite fundamentally, you'll get an idea of what I'm I think you'll get an idea of what I'm talking about. Oh, there's a nice picture. Sort of says it all. Perfect. So and I'll present this image and I think maybe it'll be helpful. So essentially what we're looking at when we look at this is this from a occult Kabbalistic perspective, right? So here we have on the right hand side, you guys can see my mouse, right? Can you see my mouse? Cosmic, anybody? Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. It's hard
Yeah,
to see.
we can see it.
Good. So here we have the 22 archetypes, the ascending serpent, which represents the paths of the tree of life. And the paths of the tree of life, there are 22 of them. No coincidence. And those 22 paths represent the aspirant's journey back towards the fundamental unity. Through the supernal, back to the unity, back towards. And notice how the head of the serpent comes back up and it's sort of almost like embracing all of the tree, right? The Tao is represented up here. This is supposed to be gray color. And here we have the sword of the serpent, the sword representing the 1, 2, 3, 4 is this point, but it's here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, representing the 10 numerations. And you notice this one has got a shadow of this, a shadow of this, a shadow of this, and a shadow of this, which is colored by this. And the shadow of this is colored by this. So you've got these two, which represents this and this, right? And you got this represented here, and you got this representing the subtotality of these three principles as it's reflected in Yesod to become Malkut. So this is a numeration, number 10, but it's not like the others. It's the compound of the tree of life that is reflected down through the various different states of being to become reflected in the foundation of number 9. And number 9 then manifests the new one. And the new one carries all the vibrations that's been implanted into it by Yesod to continue the structure of descent of forces. So it's a continual process. It doesn't happen and then it's done and that's it, finished. It's continual. That's why there's this continuity being expressed here. And the same thing with the serpent. So the 22 major arcana represents the ascent, which is essentially the what we are characterizing here as the mystic, which is the mystic path essentially, and this is the activist path. This is the numerations that can be used, the forces that can be employed in order to make things happen. So this is all about introspection. This is all about making things happen. This is about learning and growth. This is about fundamentally changing things. So we have this active and passive process happening here in this image. And I want us to consider the Tao for a moment. That within the Tao, within Within the passive structure of these 22, we have an active serpent. Isn't that interesting? So we're looking at the passive connections between things, but we have an active process of looking. So there's the Tao representing the yang of yin and the yin of yang. Okay. And within all of these active processes, which are the Sephirot, we have this stationary sword, which seems like it's fixed, like it's passive. So we have the passive investigation of the active processes, and we have the active investigation of the passive states. Right? Or probably better way to put the active investigation of the passive connections, and the passive investigation of the active emanations, which are reactions, consequences to something happening, like a chain of reaction. And so we see this is like a lightning bolt, represents Zeus's lightning bolt, and this represents the divine feminine, obviously, internalizing the serpent and the lightning bolt of Zeus. Zeus being the sky father, which is probably one of the oldest archetypes. Even in Zeus, the name Zeus comes from Sanskrit, which means Zeus Pater, Zeus Pater. And Zeus Pater became Zeus, and then they changed it to Jupiter, Zeus Pater, for the Romanization of the Greek. So that was obviously the induction of the Indo-European language and bringing it back to being more in alignment with the Sanskrit, because the Egyptian was a little bit of a removal phase for the Greek from the root language, because the Greek was really looking at the Egyptian and had changed it. So anyway, those are semantic issues. So this is really what we're looking at here now. So in order for us to be able to put this into sort of perspective, what I've done is I've taken, looking at the passive side of things, I've created a series of things for us to look at, and I think it will be quite window. So which window do we look at? Let's go with the world. Right. So here we go. You guys can see this picture, right? Let me know, because I'm not seeing.
Yeah, we see the world.
Okay, good. Because I'm going to go back to this picture. And it's like difficult to have two tabs open at once. So here we have the world. Here we have, as the image changed.
Yeah, judgment.
Mm-hmm. Here we have the sun.
Yeah.
Here we have the moon. Right. Here we have the tower. Here we have the devil. Here we have temperance. Here we have death. Here we have the hanged man. And here we have justice. So these are effectively 11. Right? Now justice sits in the middle. Very important. Justice is the scales. So justice, think of justice as the scales between the left scale and the right scale, which represents that polarity between the more active process of the mystic journey versus the more passive process of the mystic journey. So the mystic journey begins with the world, right? Begins with physically, what are we doing in our physical world? What are we putting into perspective? That number 4, it involves really taking our world apart, like you were saying, Cosmic, starting to really look at like our life around us. What's going on? What do these 2 wands in these hands represent? What do these 4 elements represent? These different aspects of ourselves that we see reflected in the world. From that point, we then go to the point of judgment. We start asking questions, right? The asking questions starts causing us to go down different idea rabbit holes, right? Those rabbit holes take us towards a kind of a micro enlightenment, from rabbit hole to rabbit hole. We're learning new things. The light of consciousness is being reawoken within us. And this then takes us to start realizing that there are hidden forces. There are hidden things. Things aren't black and white. There are things that are more subtle. They're not so obvious. There's this aspect of ourselves which is an occult nature, and we start noticing it in the world. We start noticing that all things seem to have both sides of the dynamic and the dichotomy. And we notice that everything seems to be somehow a reflection of a dichotomy of sorts. The paradox of life starts to become awakened. This then takes us to a point of inspiration. We start recognizing and realizing that we're part of a group. We start recognizing and realizing that what we do feeds back to the group. And we start wanting to be better. We start having aspirations towards the higher potentials within our personality. And so we're now actively striving towards awakening these deeper, more profound forces. This causes us to take apart our personality. This causes us to dismantle who we think we are. This causes us to start to break open the proverbial seal of Franklin, who I am, and cast myself down from my proverbial tower, from where I view the world, thinking that I know better, and start asking that questions that's going to cause a kind of a mini death, if you will. That mini breakdown. And now we have to face within ourselves the proverbial devil. We have to face and realize that we are the ones that are chaining ourselves, that the dichotomy of free will is really a state of balance and harmony. Now is the first point we start recognizing that there is within us both that aspect of the activist and the aspect of the mystic. But in order for them to be active, they both need to be in a state of balance, and we need to be harnessing these forces together. On one level, that represents allowing ourselves to take charge of these different faculties. On another level, that realizes that either one of them can keep us trapped. Either path will trap us. This is going to be reflected later in the form of the lovers, when they are free, but they're only free when they're holding hands. When they're working separately, they're working against each other. They need to become a unified force. So this represents the separation of the ego from the persona, and how we are at odds with ourselves, and how this is the proverbial source of wrongdoing within ourselves, and that danger that we need to cross. Also important, the number 15 comes in here. So this is the number 15. This is focused on taking us towards harmony. And notice that triangle here is 108 degrees, 36 degrees, and 36 degrees. So this is a 108-degree angle here. And this 108-degree angle is like some very powerful mathematics. If you want to see about it, we discussed it on Tuesday with myself and Chris, the mathematics of this particular angle here, and how important that is to understanding the nature of the expansiveness of the paradigms that make up the quantum reflection of this fractal universe that we are living in. And that things are, like Cosmic says, bigger spheres around the smaller spheres. This then causes us to look inside ourselves, and it's an arduous journey. We are now strived upon perfecting our lower nature. We really want to bring these two forces into harmony. But this is temperance. This involves abstinence. This involves forcing ourselves to do things we don't want to do. There's a certain amount of challenge within this temperance. This temperance also represents moving towards the bow, Arcturus, Sagittarius, that bow which is pointing towards the central galaxy. This then takes us into a personal transformation of cosmic scales. And here we start to awaken the true occult forces within our personality, Scorpio. And so we notice that this particular flower, which is particularly important here, is once again representing the mathematics of that triangle that we were talking about, the 108 degrees. So we are now starting to awaken to the astral potential. And notice here, all aspects of ourselves will pass away. that part of ourselves which is weak, that part of ourselves which is a king, that part of ourselves which is, humble and a beggar. All aspects of ourselves must go through this churning wheel of transformation. And this causes us to become the hanged man. For the first time, we become passive. We realize the path ahead is the path of the hermit. And so this will become reflected in the hermit. Instead of the hermit, I meant to say the path of the mystic. And so now you are hanging on your proverbial cross, awaiting that enlightenment that you know will come of its own. You've done the necessary work, the activist work. These 10 forces, the 10 Sefirot, which is, once again, looking at that other image we showed, this is the lightning bolt of the serpent. Now we need to go to the serpent of the serpent. But before we're ready to enter into that, we need to have the justice, the harmony, the scales of Libra need to be in a state of balance. We need to have the sword of truth ready to act whenever we're ready to move in that direction. We need to have Mars, activist aspect of ourselves, seated at the throne that holds the curtain of mysteries, which will be revealed to us by the high priestess as we climb up higher upon this tree of life. And so this is the first part. And so before I jump into the next, I thought I'd like jump back to you guys. What do you guys think about that? How beautiful is it that that this is reflected so perfectly? What do you think, Cosmic? Okay, maybe Cosmic's gone to sleep. He's probably eating. He's probably got a full mouth. Sorry, Cosmic, I dropped you in it. Are you with us, brother?
Yeah, I feel like it's a beautiful process of the stages developing there. And I really especially like how like the fool is kind of like eager to explore and like optimistic about like taking a journey out into the unknown, and then has to go out into the world and like experience things, and then can become like the hermit or like the hierophant. They get deeply immersed into the mysticism, or they can get stuck up with difficulties of like temptations and desires and go through those processes. So it's a really interesting whole thing. I love it. I think it's well designed.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
So this justice then represents sitting on the balance, where we are now actually going to move into the mysteries for real. So the first 10 steps of the Major Arcana that we take in this process of enlightenment, which is effectively 21 steps. And you're right, the Fool represents the entire journey. The Fool hasn't been mentioned because the Fool is the journey. This is all the journey of the Fool. The Fool is on this journey, you could say. So then we switch up gears. So what is behind this curtain that justice is showing us? And this sort of gets us thinking and taking a look at like, well, what is behind this curtain, And when we start looking behind this curtain, we notice like there's this powerful shift coming into alignment, right? And obviously the Fool is the journey. The entire journey is the journey of the Fool. And you can see the Fool stepping in off to this precipice. But also, it's as if the Fool is stopping to also regard. We're always hearing about how the Fool is going to step off into the unknown. But what if the Fool has just climbed the mountain, to stand on the mountain and stare at the stars, stare at the cosmos? So there's two aspects of the story being shown here. We're always looking at the active side of the Fool. There's a passive side of the Fool too. And this is sort of represented by that Libra, which is the scales of justice. And so moving on, we then see this fundamental next step, right? So we've come from the hanged man to find justice, the scales, which is the pivot around. Now we are starting to go into the passive movement. The passive movement is the wheel of fortune. We are not learning about how fate works. We're learning about what good luck is. We're learning about these cosmic forces and how these cosmic forces of balance, you notice the sword of Mart at the top and the devil-like being on the bottom, and how this wheel is being turned, and how the serpent is really the energy that's spinning this, and how these four archangelic reflections of the cherubim, the angels, are basically giving us ministry of knowledge. So this represents a passive state of learning about the fundamental structure of fate and how fate progresses and how fate moves us forward. This causes us to realize that we need to detach ourselves from what we thought our lives were. And that detaching ourselves from what we thought our life was is to put that light inside a little box and not be blinded by our own light. Be prepared to go into the cave. Be prepared to go into Plato's cave, into that dark little crevice, and look at those dark, shady parts of ourselves, the parts that we struggle to deal with, and start to hold the rod of the sun in our hand and bow our heads in humility. And this is Hermes. This is allowing the rational intellect to rest. The resting of the rational intellect produces a state of inner strength. That inner strength is once again not something we're doing. It's a passive state that we have gained because of the first 10 processes that we've allowed ourselves to be reflecting this state of strength. And we notice that that state of strength, which is represented by Leo, is an intelligence of what is happening, an intelligence of how forces are moving, that we can just be a conduit of forces, that we don't have to be active, that these forces can channel through us while we're in a passive state. And this takes us to recognizing and realizing that there are inner worlds. And these inner worlds can be seen and can be traveled without moving, without acting, without doing. We have the ability to transcend our physical body, the ability to look into the astral and etheric realms that we've been shown. And so Cancer, this astrological sign of Cancer, which is a reflection of Moon, which is essentially empathy, number 2 on my enneagram, is this process whereby we start to expand and explore our inner world into understanding. And I use the word inner world, I actually mean outer world, but I say inner world so that people don't get confused. But this shows us we have the lights and we have the dark forces at bay. We have this symbol that represents Shiv Shakti, represents supernatural abilities and forces, that's tethered with the symbol of the Ajna, the third eye. And so you're moving with the third eye. That's what that symbol means. It's the top end of the wand of Caduceus. It's the same symbol that you'll see in Vedic culture when they show you 2 petals and a single symbol representing Ajna chakra. That is whole brain activity. Because we are totally passive, you see, he's passive. He's within a chariot. He's not going anywhere. He's not doing anything. These guys do all the work. They take him on this incredible journey within himself, and the revelations of these truths that he's seeing of the way in which the universe works becomes relevant. And now those 2 cosmic forces of the devil are reaching out to join, you see? And notice in the background, there's the masculine force representing action. So the action has been left in the background, and we are now standing on the grass. And we have the 2 trees representing what we were talking about, the serpent and the sword. And there's this union that's taking place. This is the point where our persona and our ego start to meet, and they start to become unified. And to the point where we are who we are, and who we think we are is actually a reflection of who we really are, because we're really seeing ourselves. This opens us to recognize those profound and powerful forces within ourselves. This Hierophant, which represents the tauric field, Taurus, which is that bull that was sacrificed in ancient times, which represents the knowledge of the gateway to the mysteries. And the knowledge to the gateway of the mysteries. Notice he holds that key of the Egyptians here. And this is about controlling magnetism, controlling personal magnetism. He's wearing the crown of the sun. The crown of the sun, holding the potentials of all the power. He's got the cross on his white belt. He's got purity underneath. He wears Mars, 9. He wears the number 9, Mars. But he's seated. He's passive. But at his feet are the keys that will unlock the door to the gateways of the mysteries. And so one then embraces the spirit of Mars, the activist, but one seats this activist upon the throne of life. So one is no longer in tune with what one is doing. One allows actions to be just inconsequential. One is more interested in understanding what is happening. So we have this wise king wearing the helm of the sun and having the orb of the sun, the intelligence and the rational of the front of the head of Resh to guide him, his rational intelligence. He's got the ankh, he's got the wand of life in his hand. And he's passive, he's calm, but he's also got the armor of the where is he? Where's the armor? Come on. Where's that guy gone? Oh, he's in the other one. Sorry. He's got the armor of the chariot underneath. If you go back to the chariot, you'll see that armor. So what he's learned while observing the astral etheric planes, he's digested that knowledge and it's on him. But he's managed to synthesize these two potentials. And so here we are reflecting the number 4, right? In its mystic notion, the emperor. And that emperor is seated. Once again, he's not active, he's passive. This is Mars in a passive chair. And so we're talking about Scorpio, the occult, essentially. And this brings the forces of life to become abundant. So Venus then shows the beauty and the abundance of life, and manifestation becomes a second nature. So one doesn't have to do, one simply manifests. The state of being manifests what is required, and nature becomes a seed vehicle of abundance. And we can see here's Venus in all her abundance, wearing her crown of stars. Makes you think about the Statue of Liberty, doesn't it? And showing us the greenness and the water of knowledge, the tree in the background, the tree that represents life. And this is wheat representing abundance, food, nutrition. You can see in the background here, there's fields. Notice that the garb of Mars, number 9, has been used as a chair rest now. But the seed thereof is on the gown. But not just the seed thereof. The seed of life is also on the gown, the green of life. And here's where we are ready to embrace the gateway of the mysteries, which is represented by Venus, where she is here tempering us with beauty, so that beauty becomes the thing that we move towards, the thing that we flow through. And that beauty takes us towards the gateway to the mysteries. And here we can see, the 2 pillars of the balance of passive and active force. And here we see the lunar representation expressing to us this potential force. And she's got the moon at her feet, right? And she's wearing the Pope's hat. Is that the Pope's hat? Which represents the disc as well as the crescent. So it's the unification of the solar and lunar potentials. And behind her, there's the tree of life. And in her hands is the Torah. So she's representing all of the mystical knowledge, the fundamental truth. And here we are at that high level of initiation that is a full revelation. And this takes us to become our own proverbial magician, unlocking all the potentials that we hold, unlocking all the energies, all the tools required to manifest are on the table. So you see these 2 paths represent this fool on this journey. And I think it's really useful when we start to consider the tarot in this fashion, that it is fundamentally, it's polarized in this way. There's actually a form of notikaran. So notikaran, am I saying that word right? I hope I am. So you've got Gematria. Everybody knows what Gematria is, right? Gematria is well known. But notikaran is when you take the archetypes and you split them 11 and 11. And you notice how there's an association between the two. And there's different ways of doing it, right? You could say that Aleph shares something with Lamet. The scales of justice shares something with the fool. And you can say Bet, or you can say Aleph shares something with Tav, the Alpha and the Omega. This is Aleph, Tav, Et. This is the word at. We've got it in our English. It's a fundamental word. So when we start to look at the tarot in this way, it gives us a real insight into how the process of going into the mystic involves first the activist, but the activist being applied towards mystic sciences. So how does this relate when we take it back to front? What do you guys think? How do we apply the mystic to our activities in life?
I think it specifically applies in creativity and artistry, because really to be creative, you have to be receptive. I think some of the reasons why some people who aren't good at creativity aren't good at that, because they're so used to kind of just pushing things out and sort of pushing their will onto things. But to have creativity, you have to kind of take ideas, absorb them, and cultivate them in your kind of a embryonic process in your mind, and allow that to manifest. And there has to be a certain passivity for that state to grow. So I think really in a lot of ways, it's the mystic sort of gathers the materials to build the house, and the activist actually does the building.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I feel like it's equally important to get out and be active in the world as it is to be back in your safe environment and reflect and rest and be able to understand where you're at in life, what you're trying to get, where you're trying to go. And then there's a really good book about this that reflects on this. It's called The Gift of Anger by Arjun Gandhi. And it's Mahatma Gandhi's grandson wrote the book about the gift of anger, and it really reflects on how if you can reflect on where you stand at the end of the day after getting home from being out in the world, and start to have more of an understanding of self. And we all have things that were unmet desires, and we have things where there was difficulties we haven't processed. Those things are important to go through in a safe environment, be able to reflect in solitude. So a lot of people don't take the time to do that stuff, or have the time, or make the time to do that. But it's just very important to be able to do that kind of thing. And in the book, they talk about how it's important to, if you have problems with anger, it's very important to be able to reflect upon that and come to an understanding where you can use that gift of anger to electrify your life and your passions and make things alive and go really well in the direction you want them to go to. But if you use that anger wrong, it can electrocute your possibilities and take away your opportunities. So use your anger in cathartic, productive ways. It can be very helpful.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Something that isn't often shown to us is that sword represents danger, because the sword is a double edge. And we can be as much of a danger to ourselves when we're wielding the free will and the power to manifest. We don't realize how we manifest the own crap in our lives we don't want. Namaste to all of you. There's this, your names on the screen. I don't even know how to say that. All those weird
Say
signs.
secreto.
Namaste to you. Hey?
Secreto, I think.
Secreto. Cool. That's a good one. Nice. Secreto. Namaste. We've got Secreto. We've got PK. We've got Neil. We've got My Cherry. Namaste, My Cherry. Yeah, My Cherry, the Chariot. That's a beautiful card. Hey, it's a number 2 vibrational scale of the moon's potential Cancer. Very powerful, very important. Hope you guys are all well. And I hope I haven't missed any of you guys out. Rob, you're here. Mexico, you're back. Mexico, yeah, it was sandwich time for Cosmic, definitely. When I was asking like who's there, and I was like, okay. Anyway, it's all good. I can go on and on and on. You know me, I'm like a stuck record. But I think it's really fundamentally important, like what you guys are bringing to the table here. This potential to use our free will to be our undoing. And I think there's like all of the suffering that we create in our lives, like we really have to take responsibility for it, because we allow it, we choose it, we manifest it. I don't think anything happens that we don't manifest. And even if we are like conscious or unconscious, we're still. So when we are in the space of the proverbial activist within ourselves, we are manifesting. It's only when we stop and we become the manifest, the mystic, that we start observing the process that we're manifesting and we slow down. So if we are manifesting things in our life that we don't want, we need to go into the mystic. If we're manifesting all the things in our life that we want, the activist is working for us. The activist can only work for us when there's that synergy. And that synergy has to be a fundamental reflection. And that fundamental reflection has to basically be a very clear presentation that's coming to us. And it comes back to the same idea fundamentally. You know, there is no escaping it. We are talking about justice. We are talking about being in tune with what is right. We are talking about wielding the scales, and the scales will show us how to wield a sword. For the sword represents this discrimination, represents this ability to manifest and to choose. So it's connected to the atam, to the dagger of will. It's not quite the dagger of will, but it's essentially what produces the dagger of will, in a sense. And so the dagger of will and the sword are fundamentally connected, even though the sword relates to the element of air, relates to the thinking and the ideas that we're keeping in our mind, that we tell ourselves. Effectively, this is neuro-linguistic programming. And the scales represent keeping track with how the different aspects of ourselves are being communicated to, and how this communication is affecting us. So I think that card sort of holds so much importance for developing the necessary forces of discrimination within our personality that can take us to that level of integrity that we're looking for, necessary to be able to put into perspective the use of the sword and the scales and how they need to work together. Because the sword on its own is a dangerous weapon that will probably do us as much harm. Scales is knowing when and how to use that sword. The scales on its own has no activity, has no latency, has no real potential. I think that sort of summarizes what Libra is. Now, there's a very interesting point about Libra. When you're looking at the ecliptic, Libra is the furthest point from the sun, I believe. Is that correct? Could you guys in the chat verify that for me? I believe that's what it is. It's the furthest point of the ecliptic. And so it's that very important pivot around which these two potentials swing. And Sorry.
Yeah, I can contest to that. Yeah, and it said that the Libra is a good at seeking justice because they're in the back of the whole scene, watching everybody in front of them. They see what's going on. Nothing gets past them.
Yeah, man. I think that's a good way of looking at it, you know. And on the one side, if you go from Libra to Scorpio to Sagittarius to Aquarius to Pisces, right? Did I forget something? No, sorry. If you go from Libra to Scorpio to Sagittarius to Capricorn to Aquarius to Pisces, the 6th point takes us to Aries. And that is the spring equinox. No, the spring solstice, not equinox, sorry. And if you go the other way, it takes you to the autumn solstice, which represents sunrise, sunset, represents spring, autumn. And you can see I've got that sort of mapped out here. Well, I haven't written it in yet, but the 4 is related to, why isn't it on here? Oh, it is on here. Sorry. The 4 is related to the north node of the moon and Uranus. Numerologically, this is how it is in Ayurveda. This is how it is in Vedic astrology. This is how it is in Western astrology. I haven't made this up. This is just how it is. It's presented. It's how it's been for thousands of years. It's how Ayurveda diagnoses medicine and illnesses using these principles. And the 7 represents the south node of the moon. And so the 7 is connected to the lunar potential, and the 4 is connected to the solar potential. So you can see the feminine line of the enneagram connecting these 2 points. And you can see here the mystic potential is sort of running through the leader. And so you've got to bounce it off the activist. 9 becomes that important expression, which is why when we look at that card that I showed you just now, right? Let me find it for you again so that you can see what I'm talking about specifically. I think it's important. These colors are not by accident. They're not at all by accident. When we look at this card that represents Libra, right? This pivot, this justice, this is also related to Lamet. Lamet is the ox goad. This is that instrument that can move the ox around. The ox represents Aleph, represents the life force, the prana. So this is the instrument that can move the life force around. It relates to the scales, the balance, and the discrimination to know how to act. So discrimination and justice, you have to be highly discriminative to be able to be a judge in order to enact justice. It's really what we're talking about, good judgment. So notice the red. Notice the Mars. Mars is being worn. This is the first time when Mars is not active. After the tower, this is the first time when Mars is not active. And Mars is being subdued. And you notice what is being worn over the crown is the solar potential, the crown of the sun, and Saturn's coat. Saturn has subdued Mars. The rationalism of Saturn, of the 8th sphere, has, and I don't mean the 8th sphere is in Rudolf Steiner's 8th sphere, I mean the 8th is in the number 8, the 8th principle, has tempered the 9th. So the 9th is holding on to what was learned by 8, which is that rationalism, which is got to do with equity. It's got to do with keeping track of what is happening, what will happen, what has happened, time. And so it's a rational force. It relates to money, it relates to finances, but it also relates to that aspect of ourselves. What is our internal currency? And appreciating the internal currency gives us the perspective to be able to be in tune with these cosmic forces of Mars and to wear Mars, but to be passive within Mars, because Mars wants us to act. Mars wants us to become the activist. So we need to temper. We need to, the temperance of Sagittarius, which is covered earlier. Where's the temperance of Sagittarius? Where is the temperance of Sagittarius? Gosh. The temperance of Sagittarius has taught us how to mold these two principles of active and passive so that we can get to this point where the active principle is passive, but is holding all its potential. And so this holding of all the potential becomes like the key. And so when we look at this from a more fundamental perspective, it sort of gives us an insight into how this mystic notion holds the activist, Mars, and pins the Mars to empathy. And that empathy, pinning the activism of Mars, is what gives us the common sense, the analysis required by the builder. The builder relates to analysis. The builder has to analyze things. The builder has to equate things to logic, the logos. Has to, you want to build something, you gotta scan the ground, you gotta analyze the space, you gotta look at the resources, you gotta be logical, there's gotta be a plan, you gotta really take your time and work through it step by step. There's no haphazard nonsense. This is then tempered. And it goes straight to the mystic. So this is the connection between the Venus and Neptune through 6. You see how the feminine goes to 6 and the masculine goes straight to Venus. So here we have the masculine force and the feminine forces working in conduit. And so you'll find that there's this powerful resonance where Jupiter's shadow is being moved to the mystic, and the powerful notion of this builder moving to the mystic directly, but the mystic carries the shadow of 6, and the shadow of 6 is really effectively bringing that builder's consistency and logic to pronounce the harmony so that the harmony can be foundational and structured. And 6 wants to structure. That's why we draw hexagrams, because hexagrams restructures things in magical circles. Hexes are very important. This is why we relate hexes to spells, because you want to structure things, you want to structure them with a word, and there has to be a harmony being expressed. And that force of the scales of justice also is an extension of the number 6, because the number 6 is got a masculine and feminine pole. The masculine pole is the scales of justice. The feminine pole is Taurus, that toric field, which is manifesting number 4 very powerfully. So you see 6 Venus's connection with the builder and 6's expression as the artist, which relates us very beautifully and perfectly to the point of being able to mature and become the mystic. Hence, Venus is the gateway to the mysteries, as it's often pronounced in the occult schools. So when we look at how this process sort of unfolds, it seems very clear, that is, I think, the key to balancing these forces. And that Libra aspect also relates to, which house is this? We're talking about the 7th house, right? And so the 7th house, the 6th house is the house of knowledge. The 5th house is the house of work in the astrological chart. The 7th house is the house of relationships. And so it's all about taking personal responsibility in our relationships, in how we interact with the people around us, and being able to maintain that balance and that harmony so that we're able to move that forward. And this gives the mystic the power that it needs from the activists so that it can be tempered towards Saturn, and Saturn becomes the key. This is why Saturn was always worshipped. It's why, Shabbatai, the 6th day was essentially, the last day of work. 6th day being Friday, right? And so that's like quite a powerful thing to recognize. The 7th day then becomes Saturn. And so the 7 of the mystic matures to become 8 of the Saturnial expression. And this Saturnial expression, which is what I'm calling here the workaholic, is that ceaseless attention towards creating, the ceaseless attention towards moving forwards. So you see how the workaholic becomes the activist, because the moment the workaholic has become idealistic, that's Mars. So Saturn and Mars have this very powerful relationship where Saturn's ceaselessly, tirelessly working towards goals, goal-oriented, wants to achieve money, success, wants to get the accolade, wants to get, fame, all of these things, because they work hard, they deserve it, they know they're willing to make great and powerful sacrifices from the Saturnial perspective in order to get to that idealism of Mars. And that idealism of Mars is personified by the transformation of Scorpio and the activist expression of Aries, which is probably the profound activist in all of us. So, I mean, without getting too deep into it, I think this sort of gives us like the idea how the tarot of the Major Arcana reflects this process. Now, I mean, I don't want to keep going because I've been going on and on. I'm going to talk myself hoarse. What are your thoughts about these two different aspects of the mystic, the active part of the mystic and the active part of the mystic coming into a union, which sort of shows that sitting in a cave can change the world? Or am I wrong? What do you guys think about that?
I think you're right, but like I think the key aspect is that maybe either sitting in the cave is what does the work, but then the work is done once one leaves the cave and brings that gift that was gained in the cave. Or maybe just by really like raising your own energies, you really affect people around you, up to millions of people around you if you raise it really high. So there's that aspect of it as well. But I feel like that would be even that much more pronounced if you were to go back and return to society with that. Although you know that that's going to also drain you somewhat, kind of bring everybody up. It's going to bring you down a little bit, which will kind of balance things out, probably for the best. But it'd be difficult for the practitioner because they've worked so hard to gain that, and everyone else gets the reward just by being in their presence. But it's very rewarding to be able to see the change and the shift in the people around you when that happens. So it does feel good to be able to help others. But if they can show gratitude for that, it's even better. You know what I mean? But it's not necessary. To require gratitude is not a good way of giving. So there's that.
You said that magic word, gratitude. Wow. Gratitude is the key, isn't it? It's like great attitude, great attitude, gratitude. You got to have a great attitude, man. Gratitude.
Yeah. The attitude of gratitude will raise your platitude.
So I think it's like, it's such a thing to actively be grateful, because being grateful is a passive thing, right? You just simply are grateful. But we can actively be grateful. And so when we actively be grateful, we sort of start this ball rolling. And this ball that rolls is sort of a transformative potential. I think that sort of strives to find that common ground, which is represented by Libra. The common ground between all people. Common ground that sort of connects us to each other. So Cosmic, this sort of makes us look at this whole idea of individuality and group mind when we're looking at Libra. What do you think?
In what way specifically?
Well, Libra is the 7th house that rules over relationships. And so Libra is showing us that the key to progressing forwards on the internal journey, because Libra is where you're leaving the activist side of the mystic journey
Mhm.
to go into the mystic side of the mystic journey. That lever is Libra, and that is basically get all your matters in balance, dude. How are
Mhm.
you interacting with the people around you?
Yeah.
Really a key.
So I think when it comes to, I think there's definitely a balance between sort of individuality and collectivity, because on one hand, you don't want to be so individualistic that you don't care about anybody else around you, but likewise, you don't want to become so collectivistic that individuals seem disposable in regards to the greater collective. I think that you got to look at it like a body, and that each individual represents a major important organ that needs to function. So you think about like the heart pumps blood, the liver filters out toxins, the stomach digests food, the brain processes thoughts. All of them have a different, unique individual skill that they bring to the table that serves the larger whole of the body. But if you think about this metaphor, if something is truly individualistic, that'd be like sort of like a tumor or a virus or something like that, wherein wait, hold on. Let me scratch that. I'm gonna come up with a different analogy because I thought it up and I just realized. But anyway, the idea is that where was I trying to go with this? That you could have like hold on a second. So I think it's like if you take like if you think of cells in a body as individuals in a society, right? And all the cells create a sort of body. You can't have a body if every individual cell wants to be the exact same thing. If every cell wants to be a brain cell, then there can't be a body. A body can't exist and there's no phenomenal experience. So in a lot of ways, there's this kind of, there is definitely a balance between the individual and the collective in this regard, in that you need to have a sort of a collective that works as a group that functions together, but there still needs to be distinguishment between different members of that group who have different skills, who can help out in different fields or when they encounter different situations. Because if you remove individuality from the equation, then there's no more specialties. There's no more people who have specific skills or a specific duty that can help the rest of the group and make things easier. So in the same way with a body, you need different types of organs to have different types of functions. And if everything, and if you're just producing pancreases and that's it, and you're just a big ball of organ pancreases, and there's really no body there to begin with, and there's nothing functioning. So I think really the way I look at it is you really need both working at the same time. You can't have just one or the other, because it seems when you focus on just one or the other, like historically speaking, it becomes disastrous.
External and internal.
Absolutely, brother. I think that's what Libra is trying to show us. That this is passive and active that need to be in union. You wanted to say something, dear brother?
No, I was just reflecting. That was well said. What Cosmic was saying. Yeah, it's interesting that we definitely need to have an integration of both of those. But I could see where people would be kind of drawn in the dichotomy, like to be bifurcating towards one or the other. And to be able to integrate the two different things probably is like a process that a lot of people haven't taken that path, so it's not really that well paved out. So you have to be some of an innovative process. So good for people that are willing to go bring their light into the dark and innovate and invent and find new ways and discover and explore.
Trailblazers, those number ones better step up, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Number ones, Trailblazers, the sun. Come on, sunrise. Get the party started, baby. Oh,
Absolutely.
I want to point out something that was said here. Oh, where was it? Neil. I see Mars as the god of war, but noble and honorable. Absolutely. I think it's a beautiful set of words. And you know, when I see the word noble, obviously B and V are interchangeable in all the old language, right? So you can say noble or novel, right? A novel has got to do with reaching out towards the new things, which has got to do with the transformation, which has got to do with that activist impulse that leads towards number one, that new original thing. But it starts in 9. And I want to point out one thing here, which is why I've sort of brought this this idea. So navel is in the sea. You want to cross the ocean. You want to see the mystic ocean before you. I see instinct as being the key to that story. So when I look at this particular notion, I see instinct as being this fundamental story. So instinct represents, look at which chakra instinct is operating through. The navel chakra. So the navel chakra is cause and effect. The way I've mapped cause and effect into the navel chakra, we call it Svadhisthana chakra in Vedic cosmology. And that navel chakra, Svadhisthana chakra, is 6 petals, curiously. And it's coming from the 4 petals of the Muladhara. Analysis, the number 4 petals, Parabrahm, Brahma, right? So you want to analyze something, you need the number 4, as I was saying before, right? 4 is analysis. It's the builder. The builder needs to analyze. You need to get them anal eyes working, baby. Are your eyes anal enough? You got to be anal if you want to get your eyes to work like a builder's eyes, because builders have got to be anal eyes. So you got to be able to analyze things, see the world through the anus, because when you see the world through the anus, you there's no room for error, right? And instinct is the next chakra up. So instinct represents the impulse, and that impulsiveness is what we call the tantin, right? The navel in martial arts. Martial arts uses the navel center, right? There's no coincidence that the word Mars, that the word noble is essentially novel, is essentially navel, is essentially that chakra, is essentially that chakra which is used in you training in karate or Japanese judo, or you're focusing on your hara. Your hara is just below the navel. If you want to control your jing, which is an extension of your chi, in Chinese systems, you need to work with the tantin, and just beneath the tantin, there's that little holder, which is essentially the same as the hara in Japanese school, where you store your jing energy, which is that potential to move electrical forces through your body. That's all the navel chakra. So the navel chakra has got to do with the ocean. And so there's something interesting. Now, what were we talking about earlier, Cosmic and Indy, about how they want to control us to make us become activists? You see how the navel chakra, what kind of law have we got in the world, right? We've got naval law, the law of the sea. They've taken away common law and they've replaced it with the law of the sea.
Maritime law.
Yeah, and the maritime law is the law, naval law. It's got to do with the naval. It's got to do with Mars. When you put naval law onto people, you force them to become activists. Why? Because you rule them. You use the will to rule their world. The will is an extension of Saturn. Saturn extends the will. The will is the Mani Pura chakra. Do you notice the word mani? Money? Just check this out, man. Saturn, solar plexus, money. That's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. The word money is related to your solar potential. And curiously enough, when you look at the solar, the Manipura, and Mani means Ma is a Bij syllable of the mother. Ni is a Bij syllable that relates to the number 4. Also, Ni relates to change. It relates to that very hard and very intense potential of changing. Ma is nurturing, Ni is changing. Ma Ni, the nurturing potential that can bring change, the power that is inherent within Mani. Ni, Nun, is, think about it, Scorpio is death, the tarot card. So the transformation of death and Scorpio is an extension of Mars, the navel. You see how these things work? So the navel's potential is being found to be under the guidance and control of the world, of Saturn. So number 8, Saturn, becomes the number 9. You see, on the enneagram. So here we have the Manipura chakra, Saturn, money, ruled by 8, becoming the idealism, which is an impulsive expression of our emotional field. Idealism isn't something you choose, it's an impulse. You're impulsively idealistic. It's what you are. And it has to do with coming to the completion of your cycle so that you can then begin a new endeavor. So that activism is moving, the activist is moving from 9 to 1. The same way that the workaholic is moving from 8 to 9 to use the will actively in order to achieve that mode of, and when we look at once again this image, we see that the will represents the principle of rhythm, and the rhythm represents time. Time is controlled by rhythm. So effectively, you think about Saturn, you think about the lords of rhythm in the writings of the Hermetics. The lords of time might be referred to in some translations. The lords of rhythm, the lords of time, the same thing. It's Saturn, and it relates to that principle, which is the 5th Hermetic principle of rhythm. And rhythm, notice how rhythm is in a loop with memory. And it all revolves around the imagination. So rhythm is in a loop with memory, revolving around the imagination, which is the heart, which is anahata. Anahata. Quite an interesting concept of how these energies. And so Saturn, number 8, right, is expressing 9, right? And this loop then takes us to the expression of 1. 1 is moving through the field of inspiration, but it is containing memory. Hence, the moon is all about going into your unconscious and remembering what is forgotten, right? What hasn't been remembered. So memory then becomes the tool that is moving through the process of the will, but it's the abstract memory that we're looking into. And this then uncovers the intuition which is the lunar potential within Shiva Shakti, the Shiva. Why there is the moon that Shiva is right? Why Monday is the day of Shiva, the day of that spiritual potential being released, the powers as they are. And so we see how this whole process sort of comes together. I just wanted to share that with you guys, that what you were saying here, Neil, was so powerful, because that word navel says so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Marine Admiralty law. And, that kind of seems to me like there was the Atlanteans and the Phoenicians, and they were seaworthy travelers and colonializers sailing the seas of the world. And then we have marine admiralty law being kind of run by the monarchies of the world. It almost seems like it kind of stems down from the old ways of the rulers of the sea that went in conquest and took over the lands. But there's a lot of stuff that we don't really understand about marine admiralty law, but the way that people are processed in the United States, we were given a number, social security number, which is our number that's put onto the stock market, and then we're traded as chattel, the product of the corporation of the United States. So there's like a whole thing going on there where we're considered to be dead or lost at sea as property of a corporation, unless you can get a live birth certificate and you sign with a certain code of numbers, and at that point you can become sovereign, and you're basically at that point have diplomatic immunity, and you don't have to pay for licensing fees. You don't need to have licenses. The state is your trustee, so it's supposed to pay for all of your fees and bills and things of the sort. Santos Bonacci does a lot of work on this when he was in his earlier career. It's some stuff that it's easy to learn once you can get access to the information about it, but it's hard to find information about that kind of stuff, of course.
That all-important birth certificate, huh? Have you got a place on the ship? Citizenship.
Yeah.
Sight. Sit. Sight. Sit down. Be complacent. Citizenship. And in order to be a good citizen, you got to go to the shop. You got to use their money. If you're not using the money, you're not paying your taxes, you're not doing that, you're not a good citizen, right? So it's all about having your berth on their ship, which they are now telling you you're on a ship, but you're not on a ship. Are we on a ship? Why do we have a berth on a ship? Where's the ship? It's a sinking ship.
It is. Very much so. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of terms like that in finances and in law that refer to water, like getting bailed out financially, and loan sharks, things of this sort. That stuff's everywhere. So if you start to notice these things, you realize that the court is a racket and finances are rigged. It's pretty obvious in America to us because the Federal Reserve sounds like a government institution, but we all know that it's a private institution and that it can print out billions of dollars that it's lost many of times. We don't know where it went. So it seems pretty obvious to us that they're kind of knowing that since our money is really not backed in gold, they can print out the funny money whenever they want, pretend it was lost, put it up to military needs, whatever they need to do with it. And sadly, they don't. I guess they might want to be doing that more because we pay a lot of taxes to get infrastructure and education, and most of that money is just taken for military needs, and we don't really get much back. So we're really behind on infrastructure and educational needs, and it's a problem that's been growing.
I like when you say court is a racket, because you need a racket to play on the court. And when you have a racket and you become a racketeer,
Indeed.
then you have to play 10 is. 9? No. 10. What is 10? 10 is 1 after it's gone past 9. So you got to continually be applying the activist of number 9, right? The activist of number 9, when it's being applied, is 1. But it's not 1, it's 10. Because that becomes 10. So they want us to be playing tennis on their court so that we can be a fine racketeer and use the racket to hit the ball. So what's the ball represent? It's just a ball. What is a ball? It's like decorations and it's all fancy and it's you take a room and you turn it into something else. It's just a party. It's just fun. It's just a game. It's a little, it's a diversion. Isn't a ball a diversion?
It is. Spinning ball. Hypnotized.
To entertain us.
Yeah.
To take up the garden path. The word tain means garden. Enter the garden. Take us up the garden path. Entertain us. A diversion, which is a ball. You got to play ball. What do you do at a ball? You wear a mask. You got to pretend to be someone else.
Yeah.
The racketeer, using your racket to play their games of tens so that you can maintain your place in their ship and live up to the potential of your birth certificate. Isn't it just beautiful the way everything just...
Yeah.
It's really right there. It's all in plain sight. They haven't even hidden anything from us.
And they keep sending the ball from one side of the court to the other, and they tell you to choose a side. And it's all a big distraction because in the background, that's where the real figures are. And these little puppets in the front, they're trying to tell you, oh, he's the bad guy. No, it's him. No, the other guy. It's easy.
Let's not also forget the ball is the same shape as stars and planets. A ball, in a sense, is kind of like a world or a universe in on of itself. And in the way, it's interesting though that no matter what, we're always focusing on balls. Like if you're an astrologer, you're focusing on balls in the sky. If you're into sports, you're focusing on the balls that they use to play sports with. If you're into fashion, you go to balls. Man, there's just a ball conspiracy in this universe, huh?
Yeah. Get the ball rolling.
And like Mexico says, like when you say six love. Isn't that interesting? So when you're losing, okay, so let's look at this game of tennis more closely, right? When you're losing, you're in love. How twisted is that? Right? The first point is 15. 15 love. The 15 is an expression of the solar potential, 1. An expression of Mercury's potential, 5. Harmonizing those two principles of 1 and 5 so that we can have the leader and the adventurer in 1. So the leader is on an adventure and the adventurer is leading. And this then means that this is going to take us to the artist, the next thing, which represents love. Venus represents love. And it's epitomized in its astrological masculine sign of Libra. Once again, ruling over relationships, why we have relationships. So that 6 love is really a play on this artist. And so they're telling us that when you experience the beauty and love, you're losing. Isn't that interesting? And when you are applying 1 and 5, you're winning. And deuce, what is deuce? Doesn't deuce have the roots? Etymologists say, please, guys in the chat, maybe you can help us. Does deuce represent the number 2? Cosmic fell off.
There's Deus representing 2, and there's Deus. Just like the divine, the sacred divine, the Deus. And I think deuces is something different. That's like goodbye. Deuces. I don't know what it means.
That's very interesting. Because the word door in Sanskrit is number 2.
Ah,
Deus is religion. Deus is Deus Pater. Talking about Jupiter.
right.
So when there's Deus is an expansiveness, and it relates to equality. But equality means the game is stuck. You can't be in a state of equality. Someone's got to win. So they are relating the number 2 as it becomes the number 3, Jupiter, Deus, Zeus, to being about equality. But we have to move beyond that equality, is what the subtle suggestion is, it seems to me. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think what happens is we have Deus and Deus, and they both have a U and an E. But when the U comes before the E, then people are more focused on you than me and my energy. So when the E comes first before the U, and we understand our energy, then we can be more considerate of others and more better relations with the people around us. Aware of our energy.
That's well spotted. The E representing, once again, the ox, the aleph, the energy, the life force. And the U representing the bull, Taurus, the Hierophant, the nail that connects one thing to another. And so you see it's the feminine side of justice. So it's the Hierophant. So there's a relationship between the Hierophant and justice. Because the Hierophant is supposed to be the dispenser of justice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or supposed to be the guide, the advisor, right? Who advises the king on what's right and wrong in terms of like scriptural law or, religious, spiritual things. In a sense, it represents the shaman, Taurus, which is curiously where the moon gets its exemplified form. So Taurus is the moon in its most perfect expression, right? In terms of planetary expression. The moon is exalted in Taurus, that's the saying. So the exaltation of the moon means that the most empowering potencies of the number 2 are to be found where number 4 and number 6 meet. Because 2 times 3 is 6. And the midway between 2 times 3 is 6. But the midway between that is 4. So 4, 6, you see? So 4 becomes the hinge, which is the builder of Taurus. So it's very interesting how these numbers sort of, and it shows us here on the Enneagram, how these principles are operating, how these things are coming together. Namaste, Stacy. I hope you're all good. Are there any questions you guys are curious about? Any things that you guys think in the chat? I mean, what do you think? For when we're looking at this game of tennis, I'm sure you guys have got probably a lot of things that we haven't thought about on the topic of tennis. I wasn't a very good tennis player. I enjoyed playing a bit of tennis, but I wasn't ever really that good at it. I was more sort of interested in, suppose, martial arts, and doing things like that. So I was very much Mars oriented. But tennis, if you think about it, is sort of the Saturnial expression, I think. Would that be a fair idea? Yes, ace. That's interesting. Very well spotted, Vincent. We can't leave the sun out of it. And of course, where does
the net?
The Saturn leads straight to the sun. Yeah. Yeah, brother.
There's a net on the tennis court, and there's a mesh on the rackets, and I think that's very Saturnian. It's like they capture you in a contract or a net.
Net profit, money. What's the final number on the ledger? Yeah, that's your net. Isn't that interesting?
What's
It's
your
all
net?
about money.
Yep. The net.
Well, good for you. Good for you. I don't know what to call you now that you got your new stage name, Chrono. Chaos. Sorry, Chaos. I'll still call you Mr. Big. How's that, Mr. Big? They did a film called Mr. Big, didn't they? It makes me think about like years and years ago. But Marshall Mars, yeah, exactly, Stacy. That's exactly what we've been on about here. A big part of this conversation has been about the activist, which is essentially, from like the way I see it, is Mars, is number 9, is that extension of that potential being brought into extension, so that ace can come into being. And it's interesting that an ace is when you score an immediate point. That's such a really powerful thing to notice, Vincent, because that means that we're going directly from the activist to the leader, from 9 to 1 to the sun. And as such, we're becoming egocentric, because the weakness of the sun is egocentricity, right? I can tell you as a Leo. My cherry, you've got Leo. What's Leo doing in your chart, my cherry? I can feel solar fire in you. Stacy, I can feel there's a lot of Jupiter in you. Obviously, Mr. Big, I can feel like a whole lot of forces. That Saturn is intense there, but like that potential of that solar fire is a very expressive furnace of potential, very powerful energy, number 1. But I think egocentricity seems to be like the weakness of it, because every strength is a weakness, every weakness is a strength. Even the Mars's strength is a weakness. The number 2, the strength of empathy, becomes a weakness. So the moment it's out of balance, it becomes a weakness. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Ooh, you got a toy. Getting creative, huh?
Yeah,
The gentleman's got a toy.
Rastaman.
Nice. Toyland. Toyland. Yeah, this is like, I think it like it sort of gets us to also thinking about, this tarot's expression. So looking at the tarot here, while you're looking into the eye of the proverbial storm. So here we've got now the major arcana, right? So just to go back to let's do it. Did he do it? No, but he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it, gonna get it done. Did you know that you're running from the number one till you see what it is that brings you fun? So do it. Don't just glue it, do it. Do it till it's done, till you know you're having fun. Just do it. Okay, so here we are. I've just done it, right? I did it. Done it. Dan, as in the land of Dan. Oh gosh, land of Dan, number one. So we focused on the serpent as the major arcana, right? And we broke that down in its conceptual polarities of the tree of life very clearly, bringing a clear insight and understanding that there is both the higher and the lower, both the left and the right. There was the yang within the yin and the yin within the yang. And so within the passive process of the internal, there is the first active process. And that active process becomes a passive process. Now let's look at the sword for a moment. The best way to look at the sword, oh yeah, baby. Are you ready for it? There is a best way to look at this. The best way to look at the sword is, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the enneagram. Leo is your Mars. That makes a lot of sense. That's why there's that strong solar energy in you. Yeah. So when we look at the and Mars and the Sun are very close together, as you see, the activist becomes the leader, and the activist and the leader work together. That's the Mars and Sun, you know. Aries being the cardinal fire finds its expression through the fixed fire of Leo. That's what we're looking at here, number 9 and 1, which is like a very powerful alignment to have. My Mars is with my moon. So you see the feminine side of that coin. My Mars and my moon are in conjunction. And my Sun and my Mercury are in conjunction. Pivoting around Jupiter. Jupiter marches through my night, bringing all the planets into tow, as they say on the astrological chart. So you can see which parts of this enneagram. By understanding your astrology, you can look at the enneagram and see which parts of your character are dominant and understand where your strengths and weaknesses are just by understanding your chart. Powerful tool when you've got an enneagram that reflects astrology, when you've got an enneagram that reflects numerology. So let's apply the tarot here. So we've got the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s, right? Notice that the 5 sits in the middle. Very important alignment here. Because, okay, so the first part of the enneagram is the 9, the 3, and the 6, which is 18, which is 9. The next triangle is the 1, the 4, and the 7, which is 3. Okay. So we've got the 9, we've got the 3. Next triangle is the 5, the 8, which is 13, plus the 2, which is 15, which brings us back to 16. So this triangle is a triangle of harmony. So it carries a shadow of the artist, of Venus. Notice that it is almost in a form opposition to this. It's holding it in check to the circular motion of the spinning energy. Also wanted to add missing strengths in areas that are in shadow. Each point, including the strengths, will have shadow parts or not. Yes, Mexico, you must have been literally typing that when I was saying that. We're obviously in tune, go figure. But yeah, absolutely. So the shadow is reflecting this out. So you can see that the the artist is carrying the vibrations, if you look at it, 6 plus 5. So 1 plus 5 is 6. So that expressive nature of the sun and that artistic harmonizing ability of Venus. And the sun and Venus have often been used. For example, if you're casting a spell, those of you that work with practical magic, you'd understand that very often iron would be used in processes of the sun. And many of you that understand that when you're working with harmony, you will often use gold for whatever work you're doing. It's interesting, the alchemy, how this works, the vibrations of the substances. There's this very close relationship between the sun and Venus. And very often they can be interchanged. If you don't have the resources, I'm sorry, did I say iron? I meant copper. I don't know why I said that. Copper and this and gold. So if you can't afford gold and you want to do something that relates to a solar work, you can use copper instead. Basically, if you can't get access to gold, this is like what do you call it? A hack, a magic hack, magic hack, if you will. And Mexico taught me something about the quality of copper. And I think, am I right, Mexico? Is it the same with gold? So if you heat up copper and you cool copper, it stays softer. Is that right? It becomes more ductile. Is gold the same? If you heat up gold and cool it fast, does it stay softer? Like the same way as copper stays softer? So gold and copper, I think, share this very interesting relationship. I've not really worked with metals. Mexico's got more experience of working with metals than I do. Mexico's a real artist. They do real. Mexico painted that, by the way. That is such a cool Ganesha. It's the best Ganesha ever. So honored to have showcasing Mexico's work. So any of you ever looking for like an artist to like do some really profound work? Mexico's the one. So yeah, shamanically inspired work. That's shout out to Mexico. So I do think that there's this fundamental sort of relationship that we need to look at here that revolves around the number 5, Mercury. So from a perspective of the occult, Mercury is the only one that can reach into the higher sephirot of the leader, the empath, and the optimist, right? And can also touch the activist, the workaholic, and the mystic, while maintaining a close ordinance between the artist and the builder, and having a direct line to the optimist. So when you it's true, man. Look at that painting. I sent it to a friend of mine, and because I was bragging, I was like, "Yeah, that's Mexico's work," and they were like, "Wow, all of those rays look like elephant trunks," and I was like, "Yeah, man, I didn't see that. That's so cool." So yeah, I think that when we start to look at the numeration, so let's say we take the tarot and we take the Major Arcana. So we've got the 4 ones. So we've got 4 scales here, right? 4 scales of 9 is 36. 4 scales of 10 is 40. That's very interesting. We've then also got 4 of each court card, which is 16. Just bear this in mind. These numbers are important because that 16 holds the shadow of the mystic, but in such a way that it is expressing the power of 1 and the power of 6. What we were talking about, that shadow, Mexico, right? Can I drag a link for Mexico? Mexico hasn't got their link sorted out because Mexico is busy getting their they're busy working on their maybe you got a link for us, Mexico, have you got a link for us? Have you got a link for us? You can probably find Mexico somewhere, so we'll wait for Mexico to send us a link. I don't know if that'll be Facebook or where, but yeah, you can find Mexico in Telegram, by the way. Are you in the Bush Whisperer group, my cherry? It's at Bush Whisperer Zone. You'll see Mexico in that group. Yeah. So the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 represents Kether, Bina, Chokmah, and Chesed. Chesed is the builder. Why is Chesed the builder? The Mazloth. The Mazloth represents the macrocosm, represents the 12 signs of the zodiac. More specifically, the 88 constellations. But you see, the 88 constellations is broken down to the 12 signs of the zodiac. So we then see the 4 as being the administrator of the administrative intelligence, which is 8. So the administrative intelligence 8 is brought into the 4, and the 4 is a half scale. 8 is when 4 meets itself face to face. 4 is stagnant, 4 is stuck, but 4 holds all the strength. 8 is that 4 potential dynamically expressed. And now it's the next octave of vibration. So this is Taurus is 4, but Capricorn is 8. They're both the earth element, if you look at it like this. And so there's a shadow vibration element working between Capricorn and Taurus through the element of earth, as being the one picks up and carries on where the other one dropped off, as it were. So to understand how the Trinity operates, Kether, Bina, Chokmah, let's grab this image here. Let's stick it on, ladies and gentlemen. You got to remove that one in order to add that one. So when we look here, we see Kether 1, Chokmah 2, Bina 3, and Chesed 4. So here we see the triad, which is represented here as the monad, the duad, and the triad. The triad represents the tree, hence the word tree, triad. And these are then expressed in the beginning of form. The beginning of form is where the mapping out. So that expansive potential, which is expanding creation outwards, i.e., what happens with expansion? Space. So expansion produces space. The potential of 2 moves to the expansion of 3. The expansion of 3 produces the space so that 4 can take the idea of form, which is represented by expansion, and bring it into being with the macrocosm. And so the macrocosm is then hinged within the principle of 5. And 5 then becomes the pivot. And so the pivot, the ennead pivots around the 5. And so there's this balance between what is being created and what is being pivoting, bound in the spinning enneagram, spinning around the number 5. This is why when we look at the enneagram, we notice, allow your mind to dwell on the orange. This is the reason why I've used the color orange. You'll notice that there's almost an insinuation of a pentagon. And every time your eyes fix themselves, the pentagon vanishes, and you see there's like, oh, there's a pentagon over here, and it vanishes, and your mind's playing hopscotch, circling round and round, chasing this imaginary pentagon that isn't there. Because number 5 is the key that everything's pivoting around. And number 6 is the suggested harmony, which is being insinuated at here. You'll notice there's another pentagram being formed. Look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's all these, even the pentagram is being insinuated here. And you'll notice that this is actually the way a human being stands. Like, we don't actually stand with our feet open. When you just have a normal human being standing with their arms up open, this is actually how we stand. 2 legs, hands out wide, like a cross. And notice that the cross of our arms is the same length as from the tip of our head to our feet. Interesting. The mathematics of the human body. So this fits the human body perfectly. Fingers touching the circle, feet touching the circle, and the head touching the circle. So this is like another kind of an idea of a pentagram, which reflects the actual physiognomy of the human body, as opposed to the pentagon, which is being hinted at this shape here, which is going round and round, which looks like a spinning pentagon, because it looks like it's spinning. Very important that it looks like it's spinning. So to get back to this idea of the fundamental 5, 5 is also 1 plus 1. 1 becomes 1, becomes 2. So becomes 3, becomes 5. Right? Becomes 8, becomes 13, becomes 21, becomes 21 plus 13 becomes 34. You see, this is phi, the golden spiral, mathematics. So when we look at this, we're looking at the fundamental kether. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we notice? We notice that when we say what is in the central pillar, when we look at the polarities, we say 2 and 3. 2 and 3 express 5. So 2 plus 3 expresses 5. Right? 1 in the central pillar, because it's relating to Zeus, the first principle, plus the idea of expansion, expresses 4, the Mazloth. So the Mazloth is thus born from this expansive principle. So you can see these polarities working on this tree of life here. But this is the tree of life. This is just the lightning bolt that is moving down energetically. But we're working with a lightning bolt now. We're working with these numerations. So when we start to apply this, we notice that 1, 2, 3, 4 are all passive states, right? So the leader is what you are, right? The empath is what you are. The optimist is what you are. The builder is what you are. The adventurer is now moving towards the artist. And so the artist is actually the one that's creating a new creation, right? And that new creation is driving a process within the mystic. And that mystic process is moving us to become the workaholic, which is action being matured, which then brings us to the activist. So the stagnant point on the circle is 4. So the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4 move us towards fixedness. 4, which is static. 5 is the point of interaction, that mutable potential, which then expresses that artistic potential, which is original expression of beauty and harmony, that drives an inner process of gnosis, will empower us to become the active workaholics or the disciples, whatever it is, the endeavor we're in, that will move us to becoming the activist, to put all of this into practice. So the activist is relation to the builder. They are a polar pair, like Mexico was saying, that the builder is static. It's analysis, it's anal, It's the root. The activist is the is the navel. So we've got this connection between the root chakra, the anus, and the navel center being expressed here by the 3 and the 9. And the 3 and the 9 are then maturing in the point of harmony, which is the heart. So when you're doing Tai Chi or martial arts, you want to connect the point in your anus with the point of your navel, beneath your navel, energetically. Those of you that have worked with this understand that's how you get the electrical force to move through your body. So there's this really powerful sort of relationship of this polarity between that static energy and that activist energy, which is the impulse. That's the impulsiveness that we were expressing when we talk about this instinct. And so that instinct, when it touches sensation, there's an electrical discharge, which will be ruled over by the will. And so this really is what we're getting at here. The first half of this is the active becoming passive. The next half is the passive becoming active. So we've got 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, go and do it quickly. And we've got the 1, 2, 3, and 4 coming to extension. I hope you guys are following. Am I making this too abstract? Are you guys with me? Or is it becoming too abstract, a notion? That the first 4 sephirot, which is the first 4 numerations, represent going towards static, and 6, 7, 8, and 9 represent progressively going towards active. And that 6 is where the static energy of 4 has been transformed by the pure mutability of 5, which is that spinning wheel around which everything rotates. And so 6 starts the engine that gets empowered by the mystic, upping the antics of the artist, in order that the number 8 can be dynamic, because that's what 8 represents, dynamism. And so the dynamic potential of number 8 will then naturally mature to the pure activism of number 9. And then you'll also notice that when you look at the solar arc, and this all reflected in this astrology, by the way, the astrotheology. So you get to the point of the solar midday of the proverbial solar wheel. And Leo is where you've just reached the full potential and it starts to go down. So the sun is starting to set proverbially when you get to Leo. Cancer is when the sun has reached its point, its maximum point of energy. But Leo is where it's starting to move down. So you see this progression from that solar point of 1, which, though it's very, very active, it's going to become less and less active. Because the leader is actively leading, the empath is taking what's being shown and taking it in. The optimist is tuned all of that to becoming a state. And that state is then crystallized as analysis. So anyway, I think that sort of gives us an idea of how the major arcana, which we discussed earlier, right? As the tarot trumps here, reflect the duality. Now we've discussed how the duality is reflected here between 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are the passive states. 5 being the rotational axis, 6, 7, 8, and 9 being the active states. And 9, meeting Malkuth, is where the active and the passive meet. And the active and the passive meeting, once again, starts in the process of 1. Because we're now moving through the next octave of becoming Leo, the most earth of the fire signs. Yeah, exactly. Leo is very, 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 very much grounded in that way, isn't it? That sort of fixed, balanced fire, if you will. I think it's like quite important when we grasp how. See you on the flip side, Atom. Who's Atom? Are you at home? At home? Atom? So the atom is where we are when we are at home, right? I'm at home. At atom. At represents Aleph Tav, represents the life force. The ox represents the ox goad of what we were talking about before, which is essentially Lamet, which is reflected in the Major Arcana as justice. So justice is that ox code, which is the scales and the sword that can direct the life force potential of Aleph, which is represented by the fool, the process of this living journey. And so when you put the fool next to justice, you end up with the word at, which is where we are at. So at represents light. So that light that's being represented there is A, Aleph, Vav, U, which is what connects Aleph to the water, the manifestational waters from whence all things have come. That proverbial womb, which is the substantial basis for all manifestation, vibration. Yo, DJ, keep the DJ flying. So I think that this will give us like a new way of looking at these numerations and seeing like possibly this relationship with the numbers. And it will also give us an insight into why 3, 6, and 9 are so important, right? So why is 3, 6, 9 so important? So 3 is just before we reach the maximum point of stagnation, crystallization. This is an alchemical process. In order to so 3 is when that principle is still growing. 6 is when we're moving away from that crystallization stagnant process towards the mystical process, towards that inner recognition, recog. The cogs within are being ignited. Recognition, the ignition of the cogs within, recognition again, because they were originally in a state of activity that have been brought to passivity, spiraled around the mutability in order to start that appreciation, finding the value that was that crystallization when seen through the eyes of the transformative flow of mutability, in order for the artist to dig deep and find originality, the origin. The origin is in the center of the circle, which is shared by all, but the artist has a special connection with the origin, which is reflected when we look at the tree of life, right? This is why Tiferet has a direct line to Kether. And Kether is the proverbial expression of 9 becoming 1, which is holding the secret seed of the feminine, hidden in plain sight, you could say. So we then are able to put into perspective how this process leads us to Saturn's dynamism, which is going to drive us towards actively pursuing shift and change in our lives. And so this whole sort of dynamic sort of works as a polarity. And so you could think of 1 to number 4 as being the passive elements of an active state, and number 6 to number 9 as being, no, sorry, 6 to 9 being the activating potential of an active state, and 1 to 4 being the pacifying potentials of an active state, because these are all representing activity. And the numerations are the activity. The 0 in the center of the circle represents the passive space, the waters, which is once again insinuated by the serpent's presence as an expression of the divine feminine. And that serpent's presence as a expression of the divine feminine is really what we're understanding when we look at the center of the circle. And obviously Pluto, right? Why Pluto is at 0? Well, it's numerology, of course. Vedic numerology says Pluto's number is 0. And we've always, from ancient times, related Pluto to being related to the number 0. Why? Because the plow that tows all the constellations around, the plow, right? The center of the galaxy, the plow toe, Pluto, is at the center. And what do you find at the center? The eye of the storm. And at the center there is rest, no movement. So if there's no movement, the numerations represent movement. What does 0 represent? No movement. So 0's number has always been associated with Pluto. This is why astronomically and why numerologically Pluto sits at the center of the circle, because it represents the plow. And so we're talking about the axis mundi when we're talking about Pluto. Pluto is another symbol for the axis mundi, you could say, when we consider it in such terms. So I think that will give us an idea as to being able to see the pacifying potential within the numerations and the activating potentials within the numerations. Activating, moving towards activist; pacifying, moving towards the builder, which is the crystallizer. And these two sort of come together in a harmony. And so you could say that within the yin there's the yang, and within the yang there's the yin. But we're talking about the masculine of the masculine and the feminine of the masculine, to be specific, right? When we're talking about this. Because it's really, really fundamentally important for us to be able to grasp that when we are looking at the yin of yang, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is why in Daoism, 4 represents not being alive. Why do the Chinese numerologists consider 4 to be not being alive? Because 4 represents crystallization. It represents the culmination of the forces of rest. Right? And 8 in Daoist circles is considered the luckiest number, because 8 is where the dynamism is reaching its expansiveness. It's moving towards 9. 9 is where it's found its full spin. But 8, it's growing. That means your life force is growing. It's expanding. With 4, everything's contracting to crystallize. Old age represents not being alive. So the number 4 is got the shadow of the card of death in it, hidden within that notion. Even though it is essentially relating to the number 9 because of Mars, because of Scorpio, there's an element of 4 there, which represents that crystallization, as opposed to 8, which is the dynamic balance of 4, because 2 4s make up an 8. So the 8 represents that dynamism, which is the process of activating the crystals, moving the crystals around in such a way that they become highly productive. The crystals of 4 become mobile because of 5, get brought into a state of harmony because of 6. Because of 7, there's a learning process, and we're learning from them. because of what we've learned, we can actually optimize them. So 8 is about optimal. 8 optimizes everything. 8 is an optimizer. That would probably be a very good word for the number 8, other than workaholic. But optimizer is very abstract when we're looking at personality types. Yeah, the whole cycle holds both stories, you know. Exactly, the whole cycle, both the activists and the mediator, they're all really the fundamental expression. You know, the mystic and the activist are one. Active artist is magical, pure representation of self. Could you say? Active artist. I would agree with that. This is why Venus represents harmony, and harmony represents being, and being represents to be. Thy art. I am being. Art is another word for being, I think. And what Mexico says also, it's crucial to be both fluid in all archetypes, also fixed in working each point. Yeah, exactly. We need to strengthen our weaknesses and curtail our strengths. Don't allow our strengths to run away with us, but strengthen our weaknesses so that we can find that harmony of 6. This is what 6 is all about. And this is, once again, what that tarot card that I brought up as being the center of the mystic process, which is the Major Arcana, which is Libra card, which is justice, which is the scales and the sword, with Mars in a static point, right, is reflecting what we need to do in order to harmonize these principles and bring them both into a fruitful state. It's exactly what we need to do, you know, and get all of the numerations working together like a team so that we're able to sort of put that into perspective. So, yeah. And the lovers, now that's an interesting perspective, you know. The lovers are an extension of Mercury, right? So this has got to do with the mercurial potential of transformation that is being expressed. But it's being expressed through the mystic. Because the love is a mystical experience. There's nothing more mystical than love. So we go Aleph, Bet, Chimal, Dalet, He, Vav, Zain. Zain is the sword. That same sword that we see in Libra, right? The same sword that we see in Libra's expression of Venus, which is that card that we were just talking about, justice. That sword is what the actual archetype of this letter is called. Zain means sword. And its number, of course, is 7. And so that sword represents the lovers, represents that most powerful aspect that can cut deep into our own mysteries. When you're in love, you open up like a flower and your mysteries get revealed to yourself and to your lover. So there's real potency with love, and love becomes the currency of the entire system. Can you hear the bunny? She's going wild. They're having a lot of fun digging around and like I give them a cardboard box to like, I don't know if you guys can hear it. They're like ripping that card box to bits and like they're tunneling around and, you know, they got to have fun. They're bunnies. Are you sure that what Al Shatan offers is love? You sure that's love? You sure that's not infatuation that you rejected to Joker? Maybe that infatuation is what's sold as love. Just a thought, putting it out there. So, are you still with me, dear brother? Indy. I don't know if Indy's having food. He's probably having probably having a mission.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Love, the mystic. What are your thoughts on that?
The mystic, number 7. That's my life number. Yeah, I think the mystic is a thinker, and the mystic is to me, there's tie-ins there with Mercury, but in this diagram, there's what do you have there instead? You have Neptune, Pisces.
You're right about look here. Look at the feminine path. The feminine path brings the potential of the adventure of Mercury
Mhm.
into extension through the mystic. So the mystic is on a journey. The adventurer is the adventurer between these numerations, but the mystic is taking the adventure inwards, right?
Yeah, and as the adventurer goes into the path of mysticism, they can gain a lot from the Pisces sagely mystical wisdom, and so Neptune being there makes a lot of sense. Even though the ruling zodiac signs of that have ice giants as their ruling bodies are oftentimes cold and distant from people, which makes it easier for them to find solitude and understand themselves and reflect on things and develop that sagely wisdom and stuff. So, but the Mercury is hot. It's really close to the sun, but it's like in a place where it's like too hot for other people to go. So they're kind of both like out in their own zones, like away from the main paths of the collective in their own solitude, and they can gain a lot from each other working together.
I like that you put solitude in there
Yeah,
because it's all about being soulful.
absolutely. Come to know your soul when you're not distracted by all of the crowds around you and stuff, and you can get that time to reflect on how powerful it is to just breathe and enjoy your presence in the now and tranquility of things. There's not too much tranquility when you're in the buzz of everything.
Yeah, that's so true, huh?
Yeah. But like with
That's
that,
so true.
can come isolations, and with the number 7 life number, that's like a risk that you'll be so addicted to your solitude that you'll isolate yourself.
The hermit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number 7s are the ones that become the ascetics, the hermits, because they're drawn, and it's a number that leads to like the people with the number 7. So 7 has got a very interesting association with the moon as well. Even though it's taking the solitude of the sun's presence, but it's moving towards the lunar sphere. So the number 2 and 7 have always been interchangeable in Vedic cosmology and astrology. And even though they're distinctly different, and number 2 is primarily the number of the moon, sometimes the number 7 is associated with the moon because of its potential through this process we're talking about to move from the sun to the moon in order to sublimate, because the lunar element represents sublimation, right? Like the going into the sublime things, yeah. And the unconscious is represented by the moon. So that unconscious potential is really what's being harnessed, what's being channeled, what's being brought into perspective here. And so yeah, man. In the same way that the number 4 has got a very powerful polar relationship with the sun. So very often you'll see numerologists saying for the sun, number 1 or number 4, number 1 and number 4. But 4 is, in as much as Uranus is very closely aligned with Uranus is very closely aligned with the sun. The vibrational pitch and tone of Uranus is got similarities to the sun's energy. And the 7 has got similarities to Venus and the moon. So we see here, which is quite interesting, how we've got this potential here where Venus is becoming the mystic, right? But these two are sitting opposite what? If you think about it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You see? So look what, if you count 5 across, if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's an association between the sun and Mercury, right? As we know, Mercury and the sun are very close. That heat you're talking about. When you go to the moon, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, association between the sun and Mercury and the sun and Venus. I must get that right. And with the moon, you've got an association between Venus and Neptune. So the shadow of this, Mexico was talking about earlier with the shadow presence is being reflected very powerfully in the artist, which becomes the mystic. Because the artist and the mystic are sort of one, right? The artist is going into the mystical unconscious in order to gather up some kind of an intuitive expression of what's within the self. So the artist is most likely the one that's going to become the mystic, because they're so connected, the arts and mysticism. And the moon is that study of your dreams and the unconscious. So when you're studying the dreams in your unconscious, that's where the artistic creative potential lives that will drive you to becoming a mystic, or to that inner process which we can equate to the mystic process, which involves going into a state of revelation. Wow. So what are your thoughts on all of this as a takeaway?
I find it really interesting. I was trying to figure out if the Enneagram lined up with the birth chart to see if like it lined up with the order of the zodiacs, but it jumps around. It doesn't necessarily go in order. I'm looking at the order right now, and it kind of hops around in the pattern. So I'm trying to just discern.
They draw the astrological charts in India is drawn as an enneagram, by the way.
Okay.
They draw it as 9 blocks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the seal of Saturn, what we call the seal of Saturn, is actually a Vedic astrological chart. That's how it's drawn. So they have the 9 planetary influences, and then they map onto these 9 planetary influences what zodiac effects are coming into play. So it looks a little different. Looks like a seal of Saturn, which is another way of depicting the Enneagram, which is rather interesting. And the seal of Saturn is obviously being expressed here as a here we go. So there we go. We can see that, yeah. So that's what we're seeing here. This is how they actually draw the astrological chart. And the seal of Saturn is basically these. So you see the pattern for the seal of Saturn here?
Yeah.
And you notice what's in the middle?
What do you got?
That number 5.
Yeah.
which is exactly what we were talking about, how important Mercury is as a transition point between the active and static processes. And notice what we've got here: 7, 8, and 9. 1, 2, and 3. Can you see that the seal of Saturn is explaining everything that I just explained with the enneagram to do with the polarities as I was explaining them here, revolving around 5, that active process of 6, 7, 8, and 9, and the passive process of this leading to the 4, the builder. And so it's very interesting when you observe how they've represented it here. It's just a different way of looking at this enneagram process, really. So here we've got obviously 7, 8, 9, right? And here we've got 3, 2, and 1. And what have we got on either side of this? We've got the 4 and we've got the 6. So, that sort of gives us an insight into the 4 is where the static ends. The 6 is where the active begins. The active begins is expressed from the next point of 6, 7, 8, 9, right? And where the static ends, right? It's expressed through the 3, 2, and gosh, my eyes are so bad. 3, 2, and 1. So the 1, 2, 3 are becoming the static. You see that? And the 6 is ushering in the 7, 8, 9. So you can actually see why this thing is drawn the way it is, because it's representing these two principles that we're basically discussing here within the lightning bolt, Zeus's lightning bolt, or the actual sword as it's represented. And that sword, obviously, that image that we were showing earlier. So I think the Saturn seal is a wonderful thing to study as a glyph, to gain an understanding of basically all of these principles. For those of you that found it difficult, you might want to come back and rewatch this. I will be creating a full enneagram series, but this is like going deep into the masterclass stuff, right? This stuff is going to come later because I'm going to break it out more simply for digestible, in a digestible way. But you can see these principles of magical law being expressed in all of these things. So this is actually the reason I've rebuilt the enneagram, so that these occult truths that are basically fundamental to the astrology, to the numerology, can all be reflected here in a very succinct way. And it's reflected in terms of the image. You can see it quite clearly, And so 3 becomes the focus point of power for this crystallization. And 7 becomes the focus point for this dynamic activism. But the dynamic activism finds its expression through 8, right? Which is important. And that expression through 8 is what leads us to the potential of 9, which is the 3, 6, and the 9. So this manifestation circle is really hinging upon Mars, which, if we look at that, shows us that these instincts that we have are the fundamental key to the whole story. Human instinct. We've gone over 4 hours.
Oh shoot!
No, it's all good. I keep trying to do it under 4 hours. We just never quite get it right. So, what other thoughts do you have, dear brother? What other thoughts? I mean, there's so much. I've only just skimmed the surface.
I don't know. There's so much here. I feel like you really illuminated the paths of like the different qualities of the celestial bodies, and a lot of people associate with like, oh, these are my top three, sun, moon, and rising signs, and that's all I really subscribe to. But we've started to touch on the fact that we all have all of these aspects within us somewhere in our charts, and so we can really relate. And if we look at things that way, we can really focus on our connections and our integration with other people. We have a little bit of this in us. We can relate to them in such a way. It's a different way of looking at things. So I just wanted to point that out. This is a beautiful thing that we were able to capture today in our discussion. And I want to thank everybody out in the chat today that they've been active over here. You keep feeding us wonderful ideas and feedback. So extra thanks to you guys for being here today.
Yeah, big love to you. 10s and 6s.
Yeah.
My cherry.
3 of
10s
life.
and 6s.
333, 3 cubed, 9. Yeah, the power of
Yeah.
numbers. I liked how you mentioned that 1 can make it past 9, becomes 10. And it's got the 0 behind in front of it there.
Yeah. Yeah. And that one's connection, the sun's connection with the harmony of Venus. And when 10 is reflecting the harmony of Venus. So now we can see why in the old times, the Kabbalah, they related Tiferet to Venus and not the sun. This is a modern thing. The Rosicrucians changed. In the old times, Tiferet was Venus. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Modern times, they put it as a solar potential.
Hmm.
I'm prepared to go all the way out and say, well, why isn't Kether the solar potential? When you start looking at the tree of life in a different way, it starts to elucidate in a different way. A lot of things start making a lot more sense. And the number 2 is potential. And potential is what Chokmah represents. And so that potential of balance of what brings wisdom? Understanding the yang and the yin, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Tao is that maturing, the understanding of these 2 principles. So the 3 is the reflection of this understanding. And so when we start to like look at it like that Jupiter is that expansiveness of the mind's ability to understand. And 2 is that ability to pull the wisdom out of oneself by this process of sublimation. Allow the wisdom to flow through you. Divine feminine. So now we're starting to look at the tree of life through like a different lens of masculine and feminine. And then the 4 represents the future. The Mazloth has got to do with the future, right? The beginning of time, which is pivoting around 8. So then 8 becomes like a really important point. So in the old times, Hot was Saturn. You'll find those old trees of life out there for those of you that are working with the Kabbalah. And if you've ever wondered why it is that way, this Enneagram explains it. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a much older way of understanding these things. And I think there's been a lot of disinformation. What do you think? Do you think that the Rosicrucians have tried to hide the truth from us and give us a false light, false system?
Absolutely. I feel like somewhere along the way, either something got mixed up, or more likely, they mixed things up and obfuscated things and misrepresented things. And I don't know. I feel like they can't really disguise things enough for people with intuition. They're gonna see right through it and understand that no, this is all wrong. I'm gonna reorganize this the way that it really should be. And when you follow your intuition like that, there's usually a sign. There's something to it there that's a little bit off. And so sometimes it's you have to look into it, and it might be the exception, like where things can represent 2 things and they kind of it can be interchanged, but they chose one that you wouldn't have expected. But usually what it is like they'll represent something as the opposite of what it actually should be. And if you see that right away, it's almost like they're trying to be obvious, and then they want to see people that raise their hand that say, wait a minute, this is wrong here, and say, oh, you noticed that? You're not supposed to notice that. But by
Maybe-
not to say anything, people will ostracize them. They say, this is not conventional, So
Interesting. Or they try and get you into their ranks.
yeah, that too, exactly.
Like, we can use this one. We just got to get them in alignment. They've got to sign contracts.
Right? The fully informed ones. And take them under our wings. Be a smart thing to do.
Yeah, man. And it often makes me wonder, like the other enneagram that we know so well, it draws a lot of these things. There are a lot of these ideas that you can see in it. But what really bugs me about it, and it's always bugged me about this, like it's rather fundamentally bugged me about this, is the geometry. The geometry has bugged me and bugged me and bugged me and bugged me till no end. And it doesn't hold the
Really?
yeah, I'll show you now what I'm talking about. Talking about the feminine. It's almost like it's trying to exclude. And what was it my girlfriend said? How did she put it? She put it so beautifully the other day. That it's almost like they're trying to hide it from us. Like, and it's got to do with this like little boys club, right?
Yeah.
It's got to do with this little boys club. So this is the one that we've been taught to see, right? And so what she said to me is, it looks like a house without a foundation if you look at it. And I was like, damn, you're right. It's like the structure's got no substance inside it. It can fall over. This 5 and the 4 are like balancing on it's almost like the whole thing wants to implode. And all of these numerations are disconnected from the origin. Like they're in some kind of a 5, 6, 7, 8. They're in some kind of a limbo land. 1, 2, 4. They're all in some kind of a limbo land. The only ones that are connected to the origin is 3, 6, 9. Now, it looks clever because you go, oh, well, Tesla, 3, 6, 9. But when you actually think about it, then you go, well, what does that mean about the other numerations?
Yeah.
Where we know that 1, 2, and 3 are fundamental, because 2 becomes 3, 1 becomes 2. So why are these not an emanation of the origin? So this is something that's always bugged me, is the lack of connectivity to the origin, because the way I see an enneagram is it's a spiral. What do you think about that? The golden phi spiral expanding, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we need
But
more.
this can never be a spiral, can it?
Yeah, should be more spiraling. I agree.
And when you look at the actual geometry, this is a spiral. And another thing is like what she said, Meiko, was she said that this looks like you're looking from the bird's eye view down. That's how you can see where you are. If you want to look at a map, if you want to know where you get the lay of the land, you look from a bird's eye view. But this is like you're looking from that angle, from the side. It's like you're looking at Stonehenge from the side. That's what she uses as an example. If you're looking at a picture of Stonehenge from the side, you can't really see what's going on. You just see these pillars. But when you get a look from a bird's eye view, you get to see what's really going on. So this is like looking at the enneagram from the side, a side view, as opposed to looking at it from the top view. And if you look at it from the top view, it's like you're looking at it. What does this remind you of? Doesn't it remind you of a cathedral? The mathematics of a cathedral?
Yeah.
The geometry of the way that sound moves. If you just allow your consciousness to fall in the shapes. It's like the way that sound moves. It's the way that psionics operates and manifests. And so the psionic tones of vibration between each phase and each numeration is adding complexity to the potential for matter to come into being. And so it always bugged me. And then the other thing that sort of gets on my nog a bit as well is, so the perfectionist. So what is the perfectionist and the giver? Let's look at those two, perfectionist and giver. Well, the leader has to be a bit of a perfectionist, because the altruism of the activist becomes the leader. And so a leader has qualities of perfectionism, right? But it's only qualities of being a leader. It's not a thing of its own. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You only need to be a perfectionist when you're a leader, because everybody relies on you. You can't screw up, can you? Because if you screw up, everybody else screws up, because you're leading. If you're setting the like, okay, everybody follow me, and I get lost, you're all bloody lost. Do you see what I'm getting from? Like, if there's one person who's got to be a perfectionist, it's got to be the leader, because it's a skill set necessary. Okay, and what's the other one? So we've got the empath, but they don't call it the empath, they call it the giver. Well, what is the giver? That's a very bad word. What they're trying to say is nurturer. Okay, nurturer. But what is nurturing? Well, nurturing is a byproduct of what? It's a byproduct of empathy, right? When you can empathize with someone, do you nurture them? What does a mother do? A mother is a nurturer. Why? Because she can empathize. Empathy is the root source of what's happening. A nurturer is like a side hustle of what. And so when you start to look at it, you'll see this is achiever. What is an achiever? Who achieves? Optimism. Optimism is the root source that can give you the skill set to become an achiever. But it starts with optimism. It's about your attitude. It's more fundamental. Number 4, the builder. What do they call it? Individualist. That's just the weirdest load of crap that you've ever heard. Individualist, right? Individualist. Well, I see number 1 as being highly individualized, right? If you think about it, from astrology, from numerology perspective, number 4 seems more like crystallizing. You know, the squareness of a foundation. Foundation's got to be square, fair and square. Everything's got to be rational. Everything's got to be logical. So when you look at these numbers, right, the investigator is pretty good. Pretty good. But you only investigate because you're on an adventure, right? If you're not on an adventure, what are you going to investigate? Number 6, I think they fall off the bus a little bit, right? Skeptic. Have you ever seen skepticism being a byproduct of Venus? Well, okay. I suppose an artist is skeptic of following the ways in the footsteps of number 4, but they don't show you the relationship between number 4 and number 6 here, do they? Right? So if 4 represents analysis and being stuck, then a 6 is going to be naturally skeptical of the ways of 4, because 4 wants to do it by the book. 6 wants to do it their own way. So 6 is a bit of an individualist, more so than 4. You see, 4 wants to follow the trend. That's where they've inverted it. They've inverted it there with number 4. Number 6, the artist is skeptical of following the trends that everybody else has created, which is represented by number 4. So, okay, number 6 is a little bit sort of in tune, but that skeptic word. Number 7, the enthusiast. Enthusiast. Yes, a mystic is highly enthusiastic about being, but enthusiasm comes from being. Because when you become in tune with your inner principles, you become inspired. But that that enthusiasm is going to channel over to your eighth nature, which is going to add dynamic potential to the crystallized forms of number 4. So enthusiast to me, if anything, detracts from the meaning of number 7. It creates more confusion than anything else, even though it is related to the mystic, because it's a byproduct, you could say. And the workaholic, or what I'm calling the workaholic, that word could possibly be improved upon. Challenger. Is that all Saturn is? A challenger. What do you think? Is that all number 8 does? Just challenge? I mean, 8 represents money. 8 represents, yes, okay, so dealing with money is a challenge. Having to deal with getting everything to tally and be right isn't easy. But that's not all it is. That's just a byproduct of working hard. Working hard is a challenge, right? Saturn is the hardest worker.
I feel like it's a challenger. It's also, in a sense, like it's driving us to strengthen ourselves through a hormetic process. It's like putting us in pain and damage to like get us up off our asses to start to move. In that sense, it's really challenging us to not become complacent and not just kind of lay around and let things happen to us, to actually get up and take destiny into our own hands. So for some people that doesn't really work. We're being pushed too hard, or they don't have the right direction to go in. But for others, they really need that challenging and that push to be able to step forth and really actualize themselves and reach their fuller potential. Take life by the horns.
I think that's beautifully put. And so that's how the challenger and the workaholic are connected. So the challenge is a part of that whole process, part of 8. But I don't think it defines it completely. In its, it's very hard to find like a word that completely defines that principle. But challenge is a part of it. But I think it's also more than challenger, isn't it? It's also about implementing that. No?
Yeah.
Cardinal. So it's a cardinal sign of Earth. It's about, represents success. So 8 is the luckiest number in Taoism, isn't it?
8 and 9 are both like the luckiest numbers. I would say one or the other.
Most Chinese people prefer 8 because it represents fame,
prosperity.
It represents success, represents material wealth, it represents accolade,
Yeah.
all the things you want in life.
I would say that 8 appeals to people that want to be recognized, and 9 appeals to people that want to go within and go journey deep.
Yeah, man. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because 9 is about altruism.
Mm.
Now they say peacemaker, and I can see peacemaker has a relevance, right? What's peacemaker about? Well, what is the activist trying to achieve?
Peace, harmony.
So it's sort of, it's the goal that they're moving towards.
Yeah.
But the process of finding that peace is to be an activist.
Yeah, that really makes sense to me when you consider the ways of the Taurus and a bull. A bull has a lot of power to make changes happen. And so, but they really want to just sit down and relax. So for them, it doesn't take too much effort for them to think about, all right, if I stand up and make a little change, then things will be better. I can go sit down in the fields and relax. Things will be okay again. So I think it's really it when it comes to Venus, ruled by the goddess of love. There's a big focus on like being able to maintain security so that they can just be peace and tranquility. And this is something I'm working on right here, where you mentioned about how the math, you question geometry. And so I've been working on a paradigm shift of the mathematics, where instead of considering the straight line to be 1 and the circle to be pi, you could consider the circumference of a circle to be 1. And then at that point, the outside of the square would be 4 over pi. Well, if the area of the circle is 1, the area of the square is 4 divided by pi, which comes out to 1.273239544.7. It's like inverted pi. So if we're going to have like a strange number, why associate strange numbers with a circle, which is so simple and plain and basic and perfect and complete in its full unity with itself? Now, a straight line to me doesn't represent 1. It goes from one direction to another. It represents 2. But if we put a circumference or the area of a circle as 1, then the straight lines of a square in relation to it, in which the circle would fit, would become a new inverted pi number. So, which is interesting, but we have Buckminster Fuller, who started the Black Mountain College out here in Western North Carolina, suggested that the closest way between 2 points on a globe is not a straight line, it's an arc. And so we need to reorient our mathematics not in straight lines and straight up grids of straight lines, but through arcs, understanding arcs and curves better, and having that be the main focus on our mapping of the world around us, instead of these synthetic straight lines that are really unrealistic in application to our world, but they make for simplicity and convenience in building and things like that.
Wow, brother. And where did you get this 4 over 4, sorry?
4 over
Is it-
pi?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me pull up my little chart here I got going on.
That's really gets my brain working. It's really interesting, man. It's really interesting. You should really like knuckle down on this, and we should really look at this sometime. Maybe like try and put it into a show. It might not be for a whole round table, but it might be for a smaller show. What do you think?
Yeah, that could be good. That'd be awesome.
Like a 1-hour segment, because this is like stuff that can like really get the brain tied up in knots.
Yeah.
You need a pit stop, between these shows, like when it's heavy maths, because you know how maths is. Like it's uses a lot of fuel, doesn't it?
It does.
But I like this. This is really interesting. Really interesting.
Yeah. So what happens is each side of the square becomes 4 over pi in parentheses divided by 4. So which is approximately like 1.27 divided by 4. It's like about a little like a quarter. It's like 0.27. So the whole thing kind of like in the relationship between a circle and a square, being that the circle is 3.14 and then the square is 4 in the area with 4 one-sided sides. When the circle is 1, the area of the square is 4 over pi, but each of the sides becomes a little over a quarter, because the relationship between the two is 1 to 1.27323 or so. So it's like they're very similarly close to one another, but it's like comparing like 3 point something to 4 or 1 to 1.2 something. And it kind of simplifies the whole process. It's just a way of like kind of flipping math on its head, because the way we have things right now is we put the masculine first, with the straight corners being dominant and then the curves being secondary. But we all know that all men come from a woman, and that women are primary. They create all life and nurture life and bring it into existence and foster it and feed it. So I would think that turning the paradigm shift around and putting the sacred feminine on top could just show us a different perspective on things. It seems to me that when we work on things like this in like a 13-month calendar, it just makes things a little bit simpler to understand intuitively for me. And I think a lot of other people as well. It makes things simpler with 13, 20, 28-month days. You don't really have to learn how many months are in, how many days are in each month. It's always 28. And things like that would make it a lot easier for kids. I've never really learned how many days are in a month. Through all my teachings and studies and research, I couldn't tell you how many days are in each month. It's not a system that I've ever understood. And I never learned that song that everyone else learned because I moved 27 times as a kid, so I missed out on a lot of stuff. I think you're muted there. I don't know if you're just
How does
talking.
it work? January is 31, February is less, March is 31, April is less, May is 31, June is less, July is 31, August is 31, September is 30, October is 31, November is 30, December is 31.
Oh,
I
so
think that's how you.
every other one is 31, pretty much?
I remember I've been taught this when I was a kid somewhere. Like,
Yeah, I never learned that. When people learned all this stuff, that when I get to a new school, they said, "Oh, we learned that last year," and I thought to myself, "Dang, I was supposed to learn that this year."
no, my mom did it one day.
See, my parents,
My
We're also-
mom was trying to figure out how many days, and she went like January, February, March. I was like, "What are you doing?" She was like, "No, you can count them on your knuckles." I was like, "Ah, interesting."
that's a good way of going about it. I wish I had learned something like that.
Yeah, I learned that from my mom.
That's cool.
My mom.
But did you know
Not at
that-
school. Not at school.
right?
All the good stuff we learned from our parents. Remember?
The Hebrew lunisolar calendar has 7 13-month years and then 12-month years in a 19-year cycle. And it's fixed now for which years have the 13 months. They're called the pregnant years.
So the lunar calendar and the solar calendar are two different calendars. I think the lunar calendar is very much to do with the internal. So that's the mystic calendar.
Yeah.
And the solar calendar is the activist calendar. What
But
you're going
it's
to get done. Money.
In the Hebrew calendar, it's like year 5,000 or something. 5,000, something like that. Chinese calendar, same thing. It's around the year 5,000 or something like that. Similar. Very close.
That's very interesting, huh?
Yeah. But no, literally the Hebrew calendar has a sequence of 19 years with either 12 or 13 months that are in variance. The 7 of which being in 13, 12 of which being in 12. And that's their calendar that they go by. It's very strange, very odd. It's not as accurate as the Gregorian calendar.
So yeah, I mean,
Julian calendar though.
this is really like something to think about. I think the 13, I think we'll probably have to focus on the 13 moon calendar at some point.
That'd be good.
Maybe you'll be able to carry a lot of that because I'm not that
I was,
researched in it, but I'll take a look into it more.
yeah, I was just looking at Ophiuchus on the star chart, and
Oh
that's
yeah,
with Pluto. So that'd be like 13 associated with Pluto, the underworld. And to me, that's like the underworld is like the sacred underworld of the sacred matriarchy of the gods. Has been disguised as hell or a scary place or an ice world or a fiery place. They can't make up their mind. But Admiral Byrd went down there. It seemed like a pretty good spot to me. The drinks they were drinking sound pretty good.
oh yeah, man. Definitely something to be observed and learned there. Definitely. Yeah. Well, brother, it's been a total honor as always, both to you and to Cosmic. As always, sending Cosmic big love and shout out to Gabriel, Big shout out to Gabriel. Would be lovely to have Gabriel. Maybe Gabriel will be joining us some point. For those of you that don't know the Slick Dissident, go and check him out. You can look in my recommended channels here. You'll also find Indie Sage's channel as well, right? That's the Vibe Tribe. You'll also find Ronan's channel. Go and check out Ronan's channel. Ronan Birddog, the Ronan Experience. Very cool. Lots of really lovely American information coming through there.
Yeah.
The Moon Feather.
Vibe
Yes.
Vibe
Tribe Scribe at that's on WordPress, yes?
VibeTribeScribe.wordpress.com or VibeTribeScribe is one of my YouTube channels as well.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Why did I think it was Vibe Tribe Scribe? Why did I think your thing was the other one? Vibe Tribe Scribe. You'll see it. There's only about 12 recommended channels, I think, in my
I
thing.
have
Or
Rock
13.
Thanatos as my channel where I'm putting the new material on from shorts and reels from this show. And then on Vibe Tribe Scribe, I have boots on the ground research out in areas nearby.
Check it out. He's gone out there and he's taken a look at some of the ancient stuff that they've hidden from us. It's under the soil, but you can see it. You can go and look at it. You can get a little spade, dig it up, take a look. Look, something there. It's old. They didn't tell us it's there. Nobody knows, apparently. Good old-fashioned anthropology done in your backyard. It's right there. Shalom, dear brother Vincent. Namaste to everybody. Toe Joker, everybody. I hope you guys got what you came for. My cherry. And I hope you guys had Slick. Slick's been here. I didn't see Slick. Big love, big blessings. Sending you all peace, love, and harmony. Hope you're having an absolutely awesome week, day, and month. Take it easy. Keep smiling. Don't forget to write. Right the wrongs of the world. Honor has been mine, dear brother. Big love.
Big love. Blessed be.